Ah, Filges, you thought I was going to do the timer again, didn't you? Ah, Filges, you thought I was going to do the timer again, didn't you? Ah, Filges, you thought I was going to do the timer.
Go, 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 go.
Oh, that was me.
Carl's getting fed up. Teddy Davis, you're ignoring us plebs. I mean peanuts.
Sorry, Carl. Oh, Pip brought out a new story. Get your butt
I
off
did.
my face.
I was fed up with
Well, I've been out in the shed all day today and doing lawn work, and so I've got no idea what's happening out there in the YouTubes.
Oh, God.
lots of derpiness.
I see. You sit there and rev the tits off a two-stroke motorbike. Thank you very much.
Oh, God.
You're going to have to close the window.
Thrive and Survive uploaded Understand Your World, The Real Earth, Episode 2. I don't know what happened to Episode 1. Nathan spreading awareness in Georgia. That is. Was a brainy beaver.
Yeah, that wasn't bad for a 2-hour stream.
I can't watch his streams.
No, neither can I.
It's all over the place. I just can't do it.
It's that ADHD stuff that you have to learn.
I know it is, but I just can't. It's just like, oh, for fuck's sake, will you just get on with it, you know?
That's the most fun bit of his streams.
No, it's not.
I
It's
put
just
a
annoying.
link in homework that has Ranty and Professor Bell.
Yes.
That sounds interesting.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Checking me notifications to see if there's any derp. No, I can't see any derp. Unless Jose or Sean G had any one-on-ones with anyone.
No, there wasn't any one-on-ones. God knows there's enough dirt, though.
The rest is just... I'll go over
I had 8 hours with no power, so I've got my excuse.
Okay. Where have I got to get homework, Andrea? Chat Randy Floater. Okay, we'll have a look at that and see what we can squeeze out of that. Oh shit, that was a 4-hour stream.
Yeah, it was a big one.
Now I haven't seen it at all, so I've got no idea what to grab out of it.
I just got a fantastic comment. Thank you, Brim Frondale. I'll read it. Shut up, dog.
Skimming through. Yep. Another idiot. Oh, same idiot, sorry.
Brim Frondale says on my latest video, I will think of this every time Farmer's Boy appears on mic. Get your butt off my face.
What?
Because it's a cat.
Right.
Squeak.
Yeah, bloody squeak. Oh. It's like they know. Oh, he's live on the interwebs. I'll go in and make a lot of noise. No, sod off.
Oh, hello, Dad. Have a look at my tail. Really close.
I see. Yeah, I'll have to watch that later.
Was Professor Phil in Ranty's the whole show, or only
She's put in a timestamp, Terry, 2 hours and 35 minutes.
Yeah, I seem to have grabbed it myself. I already
A
found it.
4-hour ranty stream. Oh, shoot me now.
No, we're not going to be watching 4 hours, that's for sure. But I'll watch the bit to do with
And then-
Professor Phil.
Phil
would
comes
the
on to the
UN
other stream and says, why does everyone resort to insults and things? Don't bloody go in.
would the UN see or would the Geneva Convention see a 4-hour ranty stream the same as waterboarding, or?
I would have thought so, yes.
Oh, so it's not ethically legal then.
I guess it depends on how well you tie the subject down and whether or not you're actually holding their eyeballs. They're holding the eyelids open to stop them being able to not to see it.
I'm thinking earbuds glued in the ear canal, Alan.
Yeah.
I get your gist, Carl, but your spelling's all over the place. That's not how you spell ranty, and that's not how you spell. Oh, I see what you're doing. Right, yeah.
I'm sure it's spelled with a C.
A lying sack of shit. It's close. It's close. You're not far off. But his hangouts are I still insist they are the most vile, septic, rancid. It's worse than Oakley's. I really don't know why any sane person would want to go in there.
If the man's going to even suggest the premise that his show is a debate, he has to be prepared to mod.
Yes,
He has to
doesn't.
tell people to shut up.
Apparently, Paige turned down a trip to Antarctica. That would be the one Phil was mentioning the other day.
Well, of course
Oh,
she did.
Can you imagine?
Paige, I swear to God, I'm going to go see her soon, and we're going to have a discussion, I think.
God, what I wouldn't give for a chance to visit Antarctica.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I was going to go see her, Alan, and say, you know that trip to Antarctica that you turned down? Do you want to pass me the ticket, eh?
About $6,000. If it's the same one Phil was talking about, I imagine it's the same one.
Yeah, but come on, you're talking about the same sort of people who Reds has offered to help pay towards people getting into Florida and going watching a SpaceX launch.
If Reds would pay for me, I'd go. Not a shot.
Yeah, he offered that to
Drive and Survive, was it not?
No, it wasn't Trigger Tits, it was the other one.
Oh shit, Drive and Survive.
No, I don't think it was. Oh no, it's gone now. I can't remember who the first one was that he offered it to. His name's eluded me completely. But then he also made the same offer to JM Truth, of course.
See, well, I was thinking JM Truth was kind of hoping for that. I thought he was just doing it so he could get a trip.
Oh, there was somebody else, and I can't for the life of me remember who it was now. Quite a vocal Flat Earth proponent. Oh, it'll come to me. I can't remember now.
Tom?
Russian vids.
Russian Vids.
Russian Vids. Thank
That's
you.
it.
That was it. Russian Vids.
That's
He he said, oh, I'll do a GoFundMe or something, and because people said, oh yeah, we'll all chip in to help you pay for him to go and watch a launch, so that you can say, oh yes, look, that's real. And he said, no, I'm not doing that. They all do that. None of them actually want to get confirmation of something they're insisting is fake, because as soon as they get confirmation, boom, their entire belief system is shattered. They don't want that. Yeah, Wolfie 6020. I mean, he's offered. In some cases, I think he did offer free trips. In other cases, he said that he would be a pilot or help organise things and not pay for them. I think that was probably sewer rats.
Hey, so hang on. So if I start proclaiming the flat Earth, you reckon I could get a free trip somewhere?
Oh yeah.
That's it. Channel for me.
I don't think though that your destination would be somewhere you'd actually want to go. I could offer you lots of free trips to places, but you might not enjoy it.
Oh, that's no fun.
But you weren't in Florida, maybe.
Well, Florida would be that
Yeah.
would do me fine.
I'd love to go. I'd love to go and watch a Falcon Heavy launch and watch those two boosters come
I
back.
can't
down.
believe I've been there 4 times and never been to Cape
I'll-
Canaveral ever.
I'd be happy to hold the camera that was recording Red's cameras of the rocket
Recording.
launch.
Yeah.
You know,
I'll give him a hand when he's working out the CGI, when he's rendering it.
I can't believe that I was in Florida and I missed seeing an STS launch.
Yeah, that must have been going.
Yeah, for coming back and finding out the launch was while we were out there. And
Bummer.
we would have. I would have gone because my son Ben was at the right age where that would have been like. He was 7. So imagine seeing a 7-year-old taking a 7-year-old to see a rocket blast off. They'd love that. It's the right age for that, isn't it?
Yeah. So Kathy Barman's going in January. I've told him to find out if there's any launches there. Get it filmed.
Yeah. Problem was back when I went, although you could check this sort of stuff on the internet, you couldn't really get internet easily once you got there. So I checked it at home, but had no way of checking the web once I got to Florida.
Yeah. Yeah, when we went, it wasn't as popular then either. So, have you found the bit you need, Terry?
Yep.
Rise
First play,
because
please.
the amount of volume that it contains compared to the same amount of volume that's outside of the balloon, the stuff that's outside is heavier than the stuff that's inside the helium balloon. So the stuff that's outside will displace the volume of the helium balloon and force it to rise. Now, it reaches a stage where there's absolutely not enough air so that the amount that's outside is still heavier than the stuff that's inside the balloon. So when it reaches a point where exactly the stuff that's outside is exactly the same weight per volume as the stuff that's inside the balloon, regardless of what the gas is, it cannot go any higher because it's impossible for the stuff outside to displace any more of the volume of the balloon, of the helium balloon. So it's impossible for a helium balloon to get above like the 122,000 feet.
So where does it
Cool.
pop?
So
It doesn't matter how big the balloon is.
Where does it
so
pop?
after that, then it's obviously all the gas is getting sucked into the vacuum space. Then beyond that, yeah.
No, nothing to do with that.
If it's got the power to rise up to the level of space, why doesn't it get sucked out by the vacuum space?
It doesn't go
Vacuum
all the way. It only gets
suck
about
him
20
all up.
miles.
Oh, so what's the barrier that stops it all getting sucked out then?
Okay, the reason that it can't get above 20 miles is because the air is too thin, and at that point, the air that's outside of it per volume is exactly the same density as the air that's inside the balloon. So it can't get any higher.
But what I'm saying, if the gas has got the power to rise like that, all the way up to the top, why doesn't it continue to rise when it hits the vacuum of space?
It can't go any further than 20 miles.
And equilibrate into the vacuum of space. Why doesn't it do that?
It can't go any further than 20 miles.
You can't just say it can't go any further than. Why doesn't it equilibrate into the vacuum of space?
I've told you this because the volume inside the you're talking about a balloon now, aren't you?
Talking about the entire thing now. We're talking about the gas, aren't we? You're talking about the substance. We were talking about a balloon, and you came on talking about the substance inside the balloon. So now to go on from that, I'm saying once the balloon's equilibrated or whatever, and the gas has exploded out of the balloon, and it's in that upper layer, what is then stopping it from equilibrating into the vacuum of space?
Okay, good. I'll answer that question. I just want to establish one thing. You do understand why the balloon doesn't go up any higher? I just wanted to establish that fact. That's all.
Yeah, because it equilibrates in its own medium.
No, it's own medium. I've told you why.
Well, unless you can prove that, you can't tell me that. Unless you can go up there, take a sample from out of that layer where the balloon exploded.
We do it all the time. We do it all the
layer
time.
made our helium, because you can look on the internet and see, it'll tell you quite clearly that there's layers of noble gases in the atmosphere, because that's where they reside. And when the layer of the noble gas
If you just be
enters
quiet
its
for a
own
second, I'll
medium,
explain it to
it
you.
equilibriates. You've just explained it. But what
No,
I'm
you
saying to
didn't
you
get
is,
it, though.
you've explained it a different way. I did get
No,
it.
you didn't get
I
it.
understand it in my own way.
This guy's
don't
You
need to
asked
explain
me,
it
how
with
come we
your...
know?
Who's that guy? I've never heard of
I
that
don't
guy
know.
before.
I don't recognise the avatar.
No, I don't.
He
Oh
sounds
my
like a new one to
God.
me.
Physics of
I
gravity
mean,
and all
but
that
the
That's
nonsense.
such a word as
All I'm saying is
There
the
is no
gas
word as
equilibrates because
equilibrate.
it's within its own medium, within itself, you know,
Or
or within,
Equalises,
or
not
possibly
equilibrate.
rising into the next less dense medium, which would be, you know, what we were just talking about, the other gas.
Okay, well, what's
All right,
between?
you had your piece.
Hang on,
Let
wait
me
a minute.
finish.
What's between the gas particles, Professor Phil?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Oh, right, hang on.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay,
Can
now,
you just pause that for a
Interesting.
second,
so
Terry?
this is what this.
So, with the way that this guy's thinking, and please correct me if I'm getting this wrong, he's saying if I mix a glass of cordial and I sit it on the bench, it's all going to separate out again because each of the gases are going to separate. Is that where he's kind of, is that what he's trying to say?
I think he's trying to say that what's stopping all the gases from rising even further out into space? Of course, he's looking for the gotcha answer of gravity, and then he's going to jump on the person saying, you can't prove gravity. I bet you that's what he'll do.
Yeah. But first he was somebody was saying about when the balloon explodes, for the gas to come out of it. Even we weren't even mentioning that. We were just talking about the balloon can only get to a certain height first.
Their fundamental mistake is that they think that a vacuum sucks, that it's got this almighty powerful suction action, and they don't understand that what's really pushing your finger into that hole in the vacuum in a container on Earth, it's not the vacuum sucking, it's the shitloads of air outside that are pushing on your finger, trying to get into the vacuum.
It's a same idea like being in a pool that's got an above ground pool that gets a hole in it. It's not the air pressure on the outside that's putting your finger into that hole. It's all the water pressure from
rushing
inside
out.
trying to get out.
Yeah.
I did try to Google equilibrate, but I can't find anything.
It's not a word, I'm pretty sure of that.
No, it's not a word.
Well, actually, it
did you find something?
it is, but it's Italian,
Yeah.
and it is It's the second person plural present subjunctive of equilibrare.
So it is automatic translation.
I'm sure he wasn't just substituting one word of Italian in there somewhere.
So in English, he has made it up because it doesn't exist in English.
Yeah.
It means balanced in Italian.
He's demonstrating his ignorance as they are wont to do.
It means balanced in Italian, if you translate it. Yeah, there you go.
display, please, Terry.
Yeah.
Mippet's here.
Oh, I can't find the play button.
Oh, Mippet.
We're going to stay on track tonight.
What track? There's no tracks here.
If it's going to keep us under control, are you?
I didn't say that. I just said on track. That doesn't mean control, Alan. I know you're fully in control.
But we're not riding on a track.
I'm the one with the whip today, Mippet.
We're out in the bush, are we? Yes, I see it.
Oh, I've got a video of this, Mippet and Pippet. That would be awesome.
Fair.
Yeah, someone has to be. I'll hold the camera.
Press play, Terry, please.
Okay, I just had to get that thought out of my head for a sec.
This is what first of all, you asked, how do we know what the atmosphere is outside of the balloon? the balloon is there for a reason. It's there to measure the atmospheric pressure. It's there to measure what gas particles there are in the atmosphere.
But if you build
it has
an
gas analyzer
reading device, listen,
Just
if you build
stop.
a pressure device based on the pressure at ground level, yeah, and then you take that device into a less dense medium, yeah, it'll register less pressure.
Those things are designed to measure pressure.
You could get a vacuum chamber. You could get a vacuum chamber, yeah. You could put the device. You could put a measuring device in there.
Just
you
be
could
quiet for a
remove
minute.
all the air, and then you could fill the vacuum chamber with the same amount of helium, and show that it reads the same pressure. If not, that device is only reading the less dense, the less dense gas.
This guy's
The less.
stupid.
It just means that the gas is the medium it's in is less dense, mate. That's all it means. Unless
Now-
you can show otherwise.
It's brainless.
Yes. Now listen.
Yeah.
The instruments on the that are attached to the balloon, the whole reason why the balloon is there in the first place, the instruments are there to analyze the gas. Not only how much the gas is, but what gases there are out there. For instance, this is how we know what gases there are the higher up you go. Okay? It's because the instruments that are on the balloon. That's the purpose for having the balloon there.
Well, at the level where a helium balloon, in fact, I'll Google this because I'll Google it myself because I'm quite capable. At 120,000 feet, what gases reside at 125,000 feet? I wonder.
Mostly nitrogen.
There you go.
Yeah.
So it's equilibrating in the nitrogen, mate, because the nitrogen is less dense than the helium. So the helium balloon's equilibrating in the nitrogen.
Why do you think? No. What are you talking
Just
about?
tell me.
Helium is nitrogen is 14 grams per mole. Helium's only 4 grams per mole. What are you talking about? Nitrogen is 3 times heavier, nearly 4 times heavier than helium.
Okay, so Right the Hand asks Professor Phil, so nothing is a medium that objects can be suspended in, question mark?
There's nothing inside the balloon. There's gas particles, gas molecules. Okay, the helium gas. They're not actually molecules. They're just atoms because helium can't form molecules. So the helium atoms are going around inside that balloon, and in between those atoms is space. That's all. There's nothing in there. It's just the molecules bouncing around and hitting the walls of the balloon that makes the balloon expand. Now, when it gets up around 120,000 feet, the amount of air that's on the outside of it for the same amount of volume is exactly the same weight. So in other words, there's much, much, much less particles of air in outside of the balloon than inside of the balloon.
But I think
once it reaches that equilibrium, it cannot go any further up.
Yeah,
that's it.
I think the question he was asking was that, you're talking about these particles bouncing inside. Is it a medium that they're travelling through? This nothing that you're talking about, that they're bouncing between, that nothing has to be a medium, correct?
No, it doesn't.
So how can it bounce
Why do they have so much
around
trouble with this
nothing?
concept?
They don't
It has
understand
energy.
medium.
No.
Yeah, that doesn't explain what it's travelling through, though.
It's travelling
Oh
through
my God.
just space. There's nothing in between those particles.
So is it nothing or space? I think that's what we need to be clear with. What we're actually
Space
trying to
is
say
nothing.
here. Is it nothing that it's travelling through, or is it
Oh
space?
my God.
Well, space as in there's nothing in between two particles. That's so you can define that however you like.
So it's a tricky question, isn't it? When you
Yeah,
think
there's
about it.
nothing.
No, it
If
isn't.
he's alluding to there's some kind of medium in between the particles, there's none
Yes,
that
Carl,
we
they
have
are.
any evidence for.
Rubbish.
my
Sorry,
God.
There's
Paige, I'm the
evidence for the
scientist, not
ether.
you. Okay. All right. There's nothing that we have.
That's a bit condescending, Phil.
Who brought
Oh,
ether?
dear.
Look,
Oh no.
she
can't
said
be
rubbish.
anything but.
Okay. She said rubbish
It
on
is
the
rubbish.
basis
There's
of no
evidence
knowledge
for
at
the
all.
ether.
I know, but I'm the scientist, not you. We're all scientists, mate. We can all make our own. We can all make
Yeah,
our
good.
own
Well,
assumptions.
I can tell you now that I have actually done the measurements. So I'm saying this is not rubbish. Okay. Okay. So if you want to know, the main thing you wanted to know was why the balloon stops at 120,000 feet. That is the answer.
So the little particles inside the balloon that are bouncing around to blow the balloon up and give it pressure are hitting the walls of the container they're in, aren't they?
Correct.
And that's what causes the pressure inside the balloon?
And they not only they also bounce against each other.
Bouncing against each other doesn't cause pressure.
Oh, yes, it does.
Yeah, no, it won't. No, it won't, because you can have
have two
because
you're the expert, Paige. That's because you're the expert, aren't you?
So it says
that
the upper atmosphere is made out of ozone.
So Paige, where did you get that evidence from that they don't?
That what doesn't?
That you said you said that they,
what was the
that
question?
bouncing
You need to
together
have-
doesn't make pressure. You said that. Where did you get that evidence from? How did you know that? Is that something you just thought of?
No, because the gas has to be inside something causing pressure.
Well,
That's what causes
the gas
pressure.
particles
The gas
inside
is
the balloon.
trapped inside. So you ask me a question, you won't let me answer. So
The gas particles inside the balloon collide against each other and the walls of the balloon.
I think you just cross-purpose there. She was talking without a container. You were talking with a container.
She didn't say that. Okay.
I know.
I'm talking
I know.
about
That's
the
what
stuff
she's
in the
just
balloon.
implied, though. That's what she's just
yeah,
implied.
thank you.
Right. Yes. Change it to.
Okay.
Okay. So.
You just didn't understand what I said. So
Sure, Paige.
it's not my fault you don't understand.
Sure, Paige.
Okay, so listen, I have a question from Music Man. So this is a question for you, Professor Phil. What did you use to track the balloon? Can you name the brand name and the model, please? Because he would like to compare it to what he uses.
What?
I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Yeah, what difference does it make?
You can just go to the shop and buy it.
We've got an
Buy 'em
expert
online.
coming in telling us that he's going to explain everything, but can't answer a simple
No, I
question
don't.
about
I'm
what
not.
equipment he's using.
The equipment,
Wow.
the equipment that we use, if I recall, the stuff that was measuring the pressure was made by a company called Foxborough.
Dr. Phil.
Why not just say that? Why say I don't know?
But I don't recall what the balloon, who made the
Somebody please
balloon,
shoot that
or
woman.
where that came from.
Yeah, she asked specifically what
part of
balloon
the atmosphere holds the most argon? Because that's the most common noble gas, isn't it, in the atmosphere?
So argon is quite a heavy gas, so it would certainly not be in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Argon. Let me get my periodic table out, so I don't try to keep these things in memory. Argon is 39, nearly 40 grams per mole. Compare that. That's 10 times. That's almost exactly 10 times heavier than helium, and at least almost 3 times heavier than oxygen and nitrogen, which is 14 and 16 grams per mole. So you can see that argon is quite heavy.
I'm glad you had to look that up because I didn't know.
Professor Phil is doing what any decent engineer or scientist would do. When asked a specific question, if they're not sure, they say, "I don't know."
Correct.
Yeah. And like with the where is the argon going to be? I need to look at my periodic table so that I can actually check my figures.
Because again, you don't keep certain things at the top of your head all the time.
No,
that's right.
You don't.
The other point to make too is that the concentration of gases remains pretty much constant in the atmosphere as you rise with height. The composition doesn't change, with only one notable exception, and that is the concentration of ozone. Between about 20 kilometres and 40 kilometres, the concentration of ozone increases. But at other altitudes, it's the same percentage mix of all the gases, pretty much. Only when you get extremely high do you start getting increases in things like helium and hydrogen and stuff like that. Well, the helium pretty much escapes, but hydrogen. But for most purposes, the rest of the atmosphere is pretty much the same composition, no matter what height you're at, with the exception of ozone.
Just there's a lot less of it.
Yeah, the density decreases, but the composition doesn't change much.
Yeah. I think one of the other problems that is going on in this is that the pressure that the balloons can handle, the internal pressure, the pressure differential that the balloons can handle gets to the point where when the balloon gets to around 120,000 feet, the pressure differential becomes enough that it is catastrophic to the balloon and the balloon bursts. And that may well happen before, obviously has to happen before it gets to the altitude where the atmosphere can no longer allow the balloon to climb because there's not enough buoyancy left. Because otherwise the balloon would never burst and come back down again, would it? No. But you could build a balloon that won't burst and it will just stay up there.
Until all the atoms of helium are deplete themselves. Or use their energy.
Well, they will eventually, of course, probably through any skin that you're going to use as a balloon by osmosis, but
yeah, that will eventually come down, but it'll take a while. But
and I think that's part of the problem because they're talking about the balloon bursting, and Professor Phil was talking about the balloon reaching an equilibrium height where the mass, the density of the balloon equals the density of the outside atmosphere because the balloon's expanded so much.
Yeah. Bang on. They're missing that point. They don't understand that bit.
I think Phil. I kind of think Phil's missed the point that they're talking about the balloon bursting because it reaches a point where it undergoes catastrophic failure because of the size it's got to.
Yeah.
Before it gets to the point where it's in equilibrium with the atmosphere.
Even those weather balloons they do put up, they haven't got a lot of pressure in them at ground level.
No, that's the point.
They're not blown up all the way. They're just blown up partially to allow for that.
No, that's to allow for the expansion. Yeah.
But I mean, if you want the stuff you send up to come back down, you've got to arrange for the balloon to be able to catastrophically fail, either by having a system on it to burst it when it gets to whatever altitude or however long you want it to go for, or to just say make sure the balloon is going to burst before it gets to that density equilibrium altitude where the two, where it's no longer going to keep on climbing and it will just sit there for however long.
Yeah. How many chemistry lessons did you have to do to remember that sequence, Dora?
Yeah, I know. I was just looking at Dora. You learned the period table like this. What the? You remember that off the top of your head, you're going well.
Yeah. Periodic table. That's impressive. I was really bored, she says. It's still impressive, though. Play.
Oh, yes.
That's all right. I don't keep those things in memory, but I have my periodic table right in front of me over here. So.
I love it. I love it. I love that.
Okay, Professor Phil, since we've got you here, what would you suggest, because I asked the question before, if we was able to get a balloon or maybe a series of balloons launched, what would you add to the balloon to A, either make it go higher, or B, give you a better result optically? What is it that you would specifically want to see
That's
on
two
that?
different questions, isn't it?
Well, it would go quite a lot higher if it was if the balloon was filled with hydrogen instead of helium, for starters. But the problem is that hydrogen is, it's like any kind of in the presence of oxygen, sufficient oxygen would burn. So
does
helium
all the helium go off to space?
Well, no, it doesn't. Particles, lots of particles do go off into space. So those that have sufficient energy to overcome Earth's gravitational field manage to get into space, and that's why space does contain particles of atmosphere.
So why can't we recreate gases being held to a surface via gravity on a small scale? If it's claimed to be done on a large scale, we just say, oh, it does it. The example is the Earth. Why can't we just do it on a small scale? Like a lot of things in life can be scaled. Most things
all right,
can be scaled.
You want me to show you a video of that?
Why can't we scale these things of the Earth that are claimed?
Here's a little experiment that you can do.
I can show him that video I've got with that gas that's in that fish tank. That's on a small scale.
Why you can't do it on a small. The reason why you can't do it on a small scale, of course, is because the kinetic energy of the gas particles is far greater than the gravitational force would be if you did it on a small scale. So the gas would just escape.
Yeah, you need something super dense, wouldn't you, to actually do it on a small scale? And of course, you'd have to not be doing it next to something that's really, really big, that's already got an atmosphere.
Like the Earth.
There's already got an atmosphere that you're in.
I mean, if we put the Earth next to something that was about 10 to the power of 24 times heavier than it, what do you think would happen to the Earth's atmosphere?
Yeah.
I don't think we'd have any left.
Yeah.
I don't think we would.
I hope you need some oxygen. Go and put us next to Jupiter or Saturn or somewhere.
I want a space suit and oxygen, please, if you do that.
It always amazes me that they come up with these fictitious reasons for why things fall, you know, whether it be buoyancy and density or whatever it is, a magic unicorn farts or whatever that makes things fall. Well, can't you apply that same fictitious thing to the air molecules? And that's what holds them to the Earth? Whatever their reason is that things fall is the same reason that air gets stuck to the Earth.
Yeah. No, it's not. Air doesn't fall. Have you ever seen air falling down?
Yeah. I can't go outside. Why? The air's falling down.
It's falling. The sky's falling.
It's raining. It could be raining air. Yeah.
That
all right, Chicken Little.
That'd have serious consequence on your motorbike, wouldn't it? Hey, Alan.
Carry on. I need more material for my point.
Okay.
It's going to be epic.
Actually, Mad, when I was no longer able to keep the air compressed in my front tyre on my motorcycle, that was what's the word I'm looking for?
Crash.
No, I didn't. I was really lucky. I did manage to slow down from a speed that was significantly higher than the 70 mile an hour speed limit.
Well,
without falling off, going into a roundabout when the valve failed and dumped all the air out of my tyre.
Yeah, what you do at that point is you knock it down a couple of gears, lift the front wheel up and wheelie round the roundabout. And then crash.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Press play, please, Jerry.
That was a huge tank slapper.
Yeah, I bet it was. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! And a few more words you can't say on Terror Stream.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but Alan
I'm going to die.
Yeah. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt.
I'm still upright.
Oh, it didn't hurt.
How the hell did I do that?
Okay.
Now, I probably wouldn't advise you to play around too much with bromine, for instance, at a reasonable temperature, so that it becomes a gas. However, it's quite heavy. If you pour it, you can actually pour it like you would pour a liquid. So you can actually pour this gas. In fact, you can pour carbon dioxide.
Yeah, but we're not talking about bromine. I mean, that's specifically found to do that. I mean, I'm talking about why can we not show these gases, what we claim, stick to the surface
I told you that
by an invisible power.
If the bromine is enough, it will be a gas.
You can't do it with oxygen and show various levels and all that type of stuff. It's just claim like does it.
That's just basically triple point.
Table. That means nothing.
You can't pour
that's like putting a fish tank on a rotating table and claiming that that's some sort of evidence that water's curved around the surface because fish adjust to the curve. You know, that's almost as ridiculous as that. Because then you can say, well, yeah, I mean, spin the fish tank the other way, will the water convex?
No, it answers your specific question. In other words, is it possible to have pressure in a container and a lower pressure and a lower pressure without actually containing the gas with a physical barrier? And yes, the answer is yes. You can pour carbon dioxide into a gas jar
for a second, not indefinitely like we have in life.
Definitely not indefinitely. But
you know, let's have an experiment where we show like a length of time where this is proved to be the case. You know, it's claimed. I mean, it's like it's like claiming the ether exists because you've took everything else out of a vacuum and light still goes through it.
Can I try and answer from a simpleton point of view?
Into a gas cylinder, and you'll see into a gas jar, and you'll see that'll last there for quite a while before all of it gets
but gas is heavy. You know, you can squirt butane into a pipe, and it'll cloud in the pipe for a minute. It doesn't mean that it's being held there by gravity.
It's a demonstration of what you're saying,
and then it's dispersing as it warms up because it's cold gas.
It's a demonstration
of
what you're saying.
Relative density. That's all it is.
Can I answer from a simpleton point of view and just say from a globe Earth hat, it's because you are always under the influence of this massive Earth's gravity. Therefore, any object within this field, you cannot isolate it from that or shield it from that.
Yes.
And therefore, you cannot show something orbiting something within that field. It's a nested field, basically.
To a point, that's quite correct. Yeah. Yeah, and that makes it difficult to make any demonstrations of gravity on Earth simply because the gravitational field of Earth is so massive.
Randy did.
And so weak
I did.
at that. I mean, put it this way, a mere fridge magnet stuck on your fridge defies the whole planet's gravity.
No, it doesn't.
Just by
it's
sticking
stronger than that, yes.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. So I've got one question which I'd like to just go back on, right? The hands touchy topic there.
Mm-hmm.
But rather than talk about the empty space, let's say, between molecules, I'd like to discuss your recent video, which is the flat Earth versus. This is a little shout out for you as well. Flat Earth versus science models shortened. Gloves are off. Part 3 expose by Professor Phil Bell. And with all due respect, Professor Phil, we've had our horns locked, but I do respect that you are educated. I do respect that you are qualified. However, I do have some questions, and I more come from a point of view that everyone's human. We all have limited capacities and some abilities and whatnot. But I just want to explore this one thing you said at 8 minutes and 40, which says flat earthers always accuse us that something came from nothing, which we never say.
Yeah.
And I when I first got into the scene, I immediately latched on to the likes of Lawrence Krauss and Leonard Susskind, watching their lectures. And I remember clearly Lawrence Krauss's whole main objective was his book is called A Universe from Nothing. And his whole thesis is basically that the empty vacuum produces something. If you sit there and watch an empty vacuum for enough time, there will be these virtual particles popping in and out of existence, therefore creating spontaneous emission or spontaneous pair production, whatever. So to me, that is what flat earthers are saying about globe earthers, saying that this universe all started from a nothingness. Yeah. And it has this field, this scalar field throughout it, which is constantly creating stuff from nothing. Yet you were saying that.
Yeah, I say, didn't Professor Krauss say that particles popped in and out of existence, as it were?
Yes, that was it. That's his whole thing of virtual particles. That is nothing. Yeah, it is nothing.
Well, that's your definition of nothing.
Well, he says he's saying something from nothing throughout all of his lectures.
It's a colloquial thing. It's just language. He did say that particles pop in and out of.
They're virtual, didn't he? Virtual particles.
So no, he didn't say virtual particles. Paige, read the paper.
That's what Glean said.
It's not what Professor Krauss said. Okay, so if you go back to the paper, you'll see that it's not nothing. Nothing as in absolutely nothing there. In fact, it's almost impossible to think about what is nothing.
No thing. Yeah, there is no such thing.
Yeah, no thing.
Yeah, that's right.
It's much easier if an ether is there for things to pop in and out of existence into.
Well, that's a fine model for you, Paige. That's great.
Yeah.
Now, all you need to do is to provide evidence for it.
There is.
Well, what is the evidence, Paige, for ether?
Oh, come on, Phil. Fuck me.
I've
probably
got
he wouldn't do that.
You want me to start having a discussion?
He certainly
about
wouldn't do that.
No.
Okay, doesn't matter. I think.
Okay.
My point of being was
can I just politely say without a shotgun, no, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Can go up any higher.
So we come to the same conclusion that it just equilibrates and then pops.
No, it's the way you put it was just totally inappropriate. So I've explained it. Nothing to do with
just one
nothing to do with the gases inside being the same as the gases outside. They're not the same gases.
That's what we could do. We could send an altitude balloon up and test the air with an air testing device on it. That's what that'd be an idea. We could do it, and you can buy them, can't you? Air testers are only about £100.
We have done it already. We do test the air at different altitudes.
All right, cool. That'd be good to see.
Sorry?
That'd be good to see.
Well, yes, there is data on it. You can have a look.
Is the video on it, or just the data?
Data comes from
the numbers, the data, the figures, or have you got the actual?
Is it on YouTube? It's not on YouTube. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Why does everything have to be a video?
Well, no, I'd just like to see the video of it anyway.
No, well, it's not a video. We don't have a camera.
You just got the data, the figures, the numbers.
We don't necessarily put a camera.
Fine. That's all I was asking.
Put a weather station on. Yeah.
That's all I was asking.
All right. So
is it possible that the atmosphere just
so triggered you
keeps
guys,
getting thinner and thinner until you literally can't make anything that gets through it because we're not meant to get through it? Like the helium balloon gets to a certain point and it pops because it's equalized with the gases up there. And then, even if you use a lighter gas and get it a little bit higher, it'll pop. What if there's another lighter gas above that as well? And then the only reason you think that you can actually go higher than that is because a space agency told you they did it.
Well, the one proton is about as small as you can get in terms of an element, and that's hydrogen. Just one single proton. One single proton, one single electron is about is about as small as you can get in an element.
What does it look like?
If there's a gas that's less than a proton, then you've got me stumped. Okay.
What does an electron look like, Phil? Have you microscope?
You'll get a Nobel Prize.
Well, there must be things pop in and out of nothingness.
Well, then
it's got something that's pretty friggin' small.
They're not protons at that stage, I wouldn't think. Okay, this would be energy we're talking about.
But it's just my idea. I'm just saying that
that's okay.
As a person, you yourself can never get high enough to, pop out through the atmosphere into space, and you can't.
You use a rocket.
Hey.
Well, if you had sufficient energy to overcome whatever barriers you think are there, why can't you?
Told that you haven't actually ever experience that, and 99%,
Yes, he has.
99.95% of the
Sorry.
population will never experience that.
You know, there's probes that go all the way to the sun.
Yeah, they tell you that.
Yeah, sure
No,
it is,
it's
Phil.
fact.
Yeah, they tell you that.
No, it's a fact.
What
Okay?
material
it's
do we
not,
build on the
Phil,
Earth
it's
that
not
can
fact
sustain
at
the
all.
heat off the sun?
This
Like, this is a
probe-
ridiculous
Some guy
claim
made up.
now. You're making nonsense claims now. Like,
No.
what material do we build, that can sustain temperature
There's
from
actually-
the sun?
there's
Within
actually
millions of even millions of miles.
There's actually satellites 36,000 kilometers above the Earth just hanging there, giving us TV.
Yes.
All right?
Pseudo satellites,
And
you mean?
weather.
Pseudo
So,
satellites, like what
orbiting
they
the
came
Earth at
build in the
36,000 kilometers.
That's why the
Yeah,
whole
well,
Earth
that's
is
the signal. That's
hardwired under
what
the ocean.
software's telling you. You can't go
No,
up
that's
and
what
down like that.
the satellites, not only that, they beam back images. In fact, the polar satellites, which are only a few hundred kilometers from Earth, take an image 300 millimeter by 300 millimeter of the
I've seen
whole
them
Earth.
cartoons.
Every square inch of the Earth is
But can you
photographed
at least
every
admit
12
that
hours.
you believe those things? You believe the men that tell you they're doing that?
I don't have to
But
believe
that's
it,
the only difference
Paige. I'm
between you and me.
involved
Is
in
I don't
Twitter.
believe what they're saying.
I don't
You
have
do.
to believe it, Paige.
But you do,
It's a
because you've
fact.
done it
Okay,
yourself.
okay.
You
Listen,
don't
listen.
believe
Okay,
what they're
please.
saying.
Let's listen to his response, because I'm sure he's going to say something. You was going to say that you're involved in these, Professor Phil?
Yes.
Right. Could you
Yeah, you make
give us
The data.
Could you give me right? So for the audience, because we've heard this quite a lot before, could you just sort of like clarify exactly what it is that you know that you have? What is it that you do in that particular thing, and what knowledge you would have that they do what they say they do?
Okay. Well, first of all, putting a satellite into before closing the fairings, inspecting the satellite, making sure that it's seated in the ejection carriers correctly, making sure the cameras are all aligned properly, and then closing the fairings. Once the fairings are closed, the rocket is then assembled. So in other words, the final stage is put on top of the rocket, put into place. Rocket a launch date is fixed. Once that's done, it's launched. When it gets into its required orbit, then which is usually a transit orbit, then the satellites are then released. You can actually see these on video.
Okay.
And then once the satellite's
Superman on
released,
video.
yeah, once the satellite's released, then it depends on where it is in which orbit. That might be a transit orbit, in which case you need to get it into a precision orbit. Then you'll use gas thrusters and the like on satellites to move them into a precision orbit.
Okay, so you mentioned a few stages there. What part of the state, what stages are you into? Are you in the preliminaries, setting it all up, etc.?
I follow the whole thing, but my main area is in the moving it from transit orbits to precision orbits. Yeah.
Okay, so
my field of expertise is in orbital mechanics.
Okay, so you don't see it being assembled, and you have none of that input.
I have done that. Yes, I don't, not all the time, but I have done it on occasion. Yeah.
Okay, so when you was doing that, were you doing both?
Yes.
So you were assembling it, and did you follow it to the...
No, I didn't assemble it. I'm watching it happen.
Oh, right, okay, because
we have technicians who do that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So that everything's sort of like in its own little compartment. You are compartmentalized to what you actually do. It's like you would see the graphs and saying, oh, this it needs a bit of a thrust here and a bit of a thrust there to get it into position, but you aren't actually seeing it. You're just seeing it on a computer screen. Yeah.
At the stage where the rocket is we've lost the rocket and there's no more cameras. Yep, we have to use telemetry to be able to work out where the satellite is, what it's doing, what orbit it's in, all that sort of jazz. Yeah.
Yeah, and the people that
because there's no camera at this stage, the cameras are on the actual rocket, and the rocket's lost. It's gone.
Yeah, and the people that assemble it, though, the people that put it on top of the rocket, ready for it to go, so they put something on top of a rocket, and then the rocket disappears and goes. Somebody else then transports it from point A to point B. Then somebody else takes over the controls of that said rocket that sets off,
Yeah,
and then it's all very compartmentalized. At any point during the road, you don't know how it's gone from point A to point Z. It's not like you've been placed on the rocket yourself and travelled the whole way to the launch pad and then been launched up there and know that you're there. You don't know any of that.
Well, it's a conspiracy.
Okay, so what happens is when the stages separate, which is these days it's mostly computerized, when the stages separate, and then you lock onto the signals from a particular satellite, so that you've got the telemetry of that particular satellite. Well, you know that you're getting a signal from a particular object that's orbiting. You even can tell how fast it's orbiting. You know how far it is, and you know how fast it's going. There isn't some magical signal coming from the middle of nowhere to you. It's coming from an object.
Okay, so how high would the satellite be? Let's give it an indication. Give me an idea of how high these satellites are that you're talking about right now.
400 kilometers, let's say, for the polar satellites, and 36,000 kilometers for the geostationary satellites.
And you've handled both?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And
so look, I know you can buy the satellite thing or not buy it, but I can only give you what my experience is. That's all I can do. I can just tell you the stuff that I know, and for instance, I do know about the balloons, have been involved in them, and so I do know what the weather stations are like. I do know about the atmospheric pressure that's measured in balloons, and I know exactly why a balloon can't go up. A helium balloon can't go up more than 122,000 feet, although a hydrogen balloon would technically be able to go higher than that because it's 4 times less mass than a helium balloon for the same amount of gas.
Okay, so...
Oh, Phil, sorry, can I just ask, were you the guy talking on Jose's the other day about Antarctica, going to Antarctica at the end of the year?
Yes. Would you like to go? Would you like to go?
Not really. I was more wondering, when you went outside at 2 a.m, did you actually look at the physical sun, or did you just notice it was light?
No, you can see the physical sun about 20 degrees off the horizon.
Okay, well, that's all I'd want from you when you go, would be video time. Like, doesn't even have to be constant. Just, every couple of hours, go out, point, take a picture of the sun, the actual, not that it's light,
it's not constant.
but the actual
then they'll
sun.
Where's the rest?
There's no way known I'd go down there and not do something like that in view of this.
Awesome. Great.
Okay, so there's a couple of questions from the chat. So, would you be able to name any of the satellites that you've launched?
Yes, Arasat 2, 3.
Okay, and what frequency do you use?
I don't know. I have to look it up. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I will say, as a backup, when I first started speaking to Phil, good while back, I looked him up to see if he was genuine, and trust me, he is splattered all over the ISRO website. So, as a neutral person who doesn't actually really get on with Phil, I will back him up 100%. He is
neutral my arse.
Yeah.
We might skip forward a bit, and we'll see.
He spent so much time arguing with Professor Phil, and I do seem to remember he was one of the ones who didn't believe he was a professor at all.
Yes.
Most of them were saying, "Oh, you're not a professor. You're not a professor." And I'm sure Gleam was one of them.
Yep, Gleam was. He told him to go back to college and learn.
Yeah.
So,
but this is coming from somebody who come out of school with nothing.
Yeah.
As he admitted himself, he come out of school with nothing.
See it. I said it's from a logical design standpoint, not from a observable factual standpoint. I can't present to you the ether in terms of here. This is
all right. Look at it this way: if someone says to me, "Look, this is a device, yeah," and when I turn it on, that light over there lights up, and what's happening is these electrons are going from there to there, yeah. You can imagine that. You can say, "Oh, all right, fair enough, mate. There's fucking little things going on there. Can you show me one?" No. All right, okay, so it's just a description of what you're actually seeing. Okay, it's fair enough anyway. But then when you say, what's ether for? We don't use it for anything except that it's assumed that it exists because there's fuck all else in a vacuum chamber. That just doesn't make sense.
I would say it's because the electron, the problem with the electron is it can only come out, right? So if gravity is pulling this rock down, right? Let's again, I'm not condoning that, but electron particles, they have no pull, they have no reverse, it's only a shooting out, whereas like any type of
we don't see
uniform
electron
fluid
particles, though. We just know that electric's stored and it travels through a wire from one point to another. Depending on the system you push it through, mate. We don't know that an electron even exists. It's just a description of something that's happening. We're describing the power moving through the system we've laid out for it, and we're calling that power moving through the system electrons. But we can't isolate one and verify that it's actually an electron. That is actually a thing called an electron. In my eyes, you can't, No, I know.
My point is that when you can't see it, like with all, like, whatever's happening in the wire, right? When you send quote unquote electricity through it, once you get to the point where you can't physically see it, then you need to like come up with an explanation. Now, if that explanation doesn't make sense, that's when you're just like, look, I think it's bullshit. And that's, to me, is the electron. It doesn't make sense. Space-time bending, it just doesn't make sense. This whole gravity thing, it just doesn't make sense. So there's other, so with the ether, though, it does make sense. Now, can I show it to you? No, I can't show it to you. But in terms of making sense, it does. From design and logical standpoint, not from I can see this presented to you.
I know exactly what you mean, but
My multimeter says you're wrong.
Yes. My computer says you're wrong. My telephone says you're wrong.
The electron microscope says he's wrong.
Exactly. Just because you can't see it, don't mean to say it's not there.
And I think they've actually touched on a very important point here. It's a matter of, I don't understand it, therefore I say Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that's he literally just said that. If I can't understand it, why should I believe it? And I think that's a case in a lot of these situations. I don't understand why a balloon can go up so high and then it explodes, or then it pops. Sorry, I won't say explodes. I don't understand how satellites can just float out there. I don't understand how a rocket can fly up that high. So therefore, all these things just don't work.
Well, technically, satellites don't float in space.
No.
Well, but that's just it, though, Terry. But they say they just float up there. They don't understand. Therefore, they don't. It doesn't work in their brain. Therefore, it doesn't exist.
To float in.
I wonder if any of them can explain how an engine works in their car.
Engine.
It works, but I bet they can't explain how it works.
A 2-stroke or a 4-stroke?
Either.
Or a hit and miss.
Or a hit and miss
motor.
Rotary.
Oh, rotary. Well, that'd get him.
Wankle.
Yeah, Wankle.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's what they called him.
Yes, Wankle.
You calling a wankle?
It's not pronounced with the W.
Wankle rotary engine. Can I just say epitrochoid?
Yes. I like that word.
I like that word. Epitrochoid.
I've got a little bit to go, but I don't think there's going to be much more.
Contact with PhDs, man, and they just stop when you start asking them these hard questions. They'll just stop responding. They're very easy to just put out that, initial statement that I could have got on Wikipedia, but then once you start questioning them, like, hey, this doesn't really make a lot of sense. That's where it all just starts falling apart.
It was interesting
that
look
Professor
at Danny
Phil. Faulkner when he got.
Yeah, it was interesting that Professor Phil did one at the first opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, because you can't explain it. Like, it's unexplainable. I'm not stupid. We're not stupid. When you start reading this stuff, you can just be like, okay, that doesn't. One of my favorite questions that is a gas particle a solid? Because it's bouncing around. And it'll, what are they people? How many times I've had people to that question just go, "That's not a relevant question."
Well, that was how we first started talking about that particular subject. It was a year ago, perhaps. You know, and that was what it was all about. I mean, you were a breath of fresh air in this because you were going against Quantum Eraser, and it was a case of
like he's a breath
okay,
of
this is fresh, this is new. You're passionate. You seem to know what you're talking about here. Let's get you on. And you were really going to town on these guys on that subject, and you get Professor Phil in, and
Terry, pause it.
Yeah, I mean.
SC, Alan doesn't need to do any research on the Hasselblad. He only understands what they did and what they needed to do. It's you that needs to go to do some research on it, mate. And don't come back and say there's nothing on it. Just go to Hasselblad, the actual company, and research space program. Off you go, mate, and then come back and get back to us. Otherwise, stop it. All right?
Yeah.
Pack it in.
I'd also like to know, is it just the Apollo moon mission images that you had problems with, or is it every image taken in space?
He needs to go outside and get some oxygen in his head.
Yeah.
Bloody bloke.
Yeah, and just while we're paused too, with regards to Ranty saying that you ask these PhDs a question and they don't answer. Well, when you get asked a question that is so stupid, you just stand there with a flabbergasted look on your face because you can't comprehend that somebody's asked such a stupid question. And so you don't know what to say to it.
See, you're pushing the wrong buttons, mate. You're the one that needs to go do the research. Alan already knows about it. He doesn't need to do any homework on it, mate. You're the one that needs to do the homework. Pack it in.
Proper homework, that is.
And there's nothing. Really? Okay, Essie, I'm now going to go look for you.
Essie, you say there's nothing. Then please, please, please do tell me how on Jose's just the other, I think it might have been last week, they brought up the full comprehensive diagrams and details of what modifications they made to the Hasselblad before it went to the moon. Explain that. If there's nothing out there, why is there all of this documentation that you can't find?
Because it's on his desk, I expect.
No, the documentation is there. It's just you're not intellectually honest enough to actually find it.
Sorry, I was distracted.
The projection is strong in this one.
There's a bunch of double-speaking fools. I hope you're talking about someone in particular, SC, and not just generically blanketing people under one umbrella with your generic statements.
SC, come in and debate me. Come and debate me. I'll just use Google and all your arguments fall apart every time.
I mean, I just typed in NASA modifications to Hasselblad camera, and there's a whole heap of shit that comes up about it.
I know.
He can't be looking very hard.
No, he don't look.
I think, was it Farmers, was it, I can't remember, was it No Name that got all of the drawings?
Crash.
Of the, Crash, was it? Crash.
Crashes has got hold. He's got hold of all of the original blueprints that they used. That have the blueprints cover the cameras as they were when they took them to the moon. So all the new pieces they made, everything, and it's complete. He's got, I can't remember how many gigs worth he said it was, because he's had to split them down because they're in a completely non-standard size of drawing. Not, obviously they were drawn in the 60s. It's not what we use today. But he managed to get hold of somebody who'd got hold of the plans and was building replicas of these cameras. So Crashes paid him some money and got copies of all of these plans, and he's trying to split them down into something that you can view on a screen with some sort of ease. But it's taken him a while. and they are copies of the drawings they used to make these modified Hasselblad cameras.
So
Andrea
so
said the
SE,
crash has already shown SE stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
SE, for starters, just one thing, they removed grease out of it and put graphite in it, and that was to deal with the oxygen. As for the X-rays, the film was all put in cartridges to deal with the X-rays.
Yeah, he's been told all this.
The heat and the cold, well, that's why they changed it to carbon instead of grease, so the thing wouldn't jam up. I was there when you were told all this last time. And once again, like I said before, you're intellectually dishonest. No, you are intellectually dishonest. And if you think you're so right, come in and debate me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that won't happen.
Come on, come in and debate me. With your evidence, prove me wrong.
I like the fact he's saying you're just typing it in. He's just typing crap in too, so...
I can't put the link in because I'm not... I'll put it in FairSuck if someone can paste it for them. Mod.
Hang on.
Just paste the link for SE to go look at it and read it. No. I challenge one of you. No, why don't you go do it? We don't need to. We already know about it, SE. You go do it. You're the one that doesn't believe it. And stop calling people liars. Don't start ad hominem.
We better show that one there.
I've got no idea what I'm talking about. Yes, of course, SE. More classic projection.
Yep.
Where's that link at, Matt?
In FairSuck, I think. Oh no, random pick. Sorry.
Well, that's probably why I can't find it in FairSuck.
That's probably
I was just
why.
going to
Yes.
say I went looking as well. I couldn't
Sorry.
find it.
I was doing an SE. I couldn't find it.
I thought SE was in my Discord.
He used to be.
Used to be.
Oh, I think he left because he had a sook one day when we all attacked him. There you go. There you go, SE. Go and have a read. And once you've intellectually rectified your mistakes, come back and have a chat.
Yeah, SE, did you just see what Peter posted? Go have a look. Go on, SE. Before you make another fool of yourself.
Go be a good boy. Go do your homework and then come back. We've given you the link now. We've done half your homework for you.
Coal is quite good for photographic film, SE.
So do you do realise where they used to keep film, like film for cameras, in back when it was in when we used films instead of like digital technology?
Yeah.
Oh, didn't they keep it? Oh, they kept it in a refrigerator, didn't they, Matt?
Yes,
Alan,
they kept it actually, they kept it in the freezer if they could.
Yep.
Oh, geez.
But you had to be careful handling film when it was in the freezer because it can get a bit difficult to handle. But it's
geez. So come out with another assertion now, SE.
Yeah,
Come on,
SE.
bring 'em-
X-rays
bring 'em
can be
out.
stopped by a plate of metal. Quite simply, by a plate of metal.
So SE, have you ever seen a picture of someone that's broken their legs and had pins and or rods put in their legs? Have you ever seen that? And that the X-rays don't make it through to expose the film? Have you seen that? That's because metal stops X-rays. Oh, heck, hang on. That just screwed your whole plans because all that film was in cartridges. It was made of metal.
Aluminium, I believe.
Aluminium. I believe you might be right there.
Yeah, and you know, basically, the film is in pretty much a Faraday. Essentially, what would be a Faraday cage, because obviously it's got a metal. When the film is loaded in the cartridge and then being stored in the capsule, it's in an aluminium box, and then it's in the aluminium cartridge, which is essentially also a complete. So it's in a double Faraday cage most of the time.
The projection of this guy. I mean, none of us know what we're talking about. Apparently.
So then the next bit there, SE, as for the camera needing to be completely sealed, you show me where it says that film needs to be in a sealed container or in a pressurized system to work, because I'll tell you now, it doesn't. All it needs to have is having the direct light exposing the film whilst it's in the camera.
Actually,
so it just needs to stop the light.
Yeah, actually, Essie, we know quite a bit more than you, apparently, because you can't even click on a link Peter gave you.
And here it comes again, one more time, just for you, SE. Just because you're so bad at clicking on links. There it is again.
Stop calling me a liar. I do know about photography, and I do know where they keep.
This is an ignorant prat who doesn't even believe in space.
I know.
Come in, SE. Come on, come
No,
in. Come on.
I suspect he's at work because he's using voice to text.
Yeah, you can
tell he's at work. He's always at work. So since you're at work, you're obviously next to your desk. Let's see all this information you got on your desk.
Yeah.
The same person that does astronomy for 25 years, yet doesn't own a telescope. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's just coming because he don't click on the link because that'll prove all of his bullshit wrong.
No, he doesn't accept it. The only proof he accepts is the one that confirms his bias.
Oh, you're going to make us leave. Oh,
please, may I whack him now?
No, this is too much fun.
Yeah, he's much fun. I like this. A guy can't even keep a promise. I wouldn't trust you, Essie. You promised me live on a chat that you'd buy a telescope before Christmas.
Come in, Essie. Come and actually talk. Come in and actually talk.
I agree with Boomer.
Yeah.
Is he actually employable?
Yeah. Anyways.
Hey, SE. If I had a triangle.
Yeah.
Sorry, Terry. I'll be quiet now.
Well, I was trying to pick one of his statements that he was writing down to try to analyse the question that he's trying to ask. Answerable.
Oh.
Have you made any sense?
Well, I mean, we've got cameras that work in vacuum chambers here on Earth. Why wouldn't we be able to have a camera that works in space? I mean, it's not that hard.
Well, me and Ellen
in vacuum chambers on Earth.
Paul, me and Ellen were talking about this the other day, and we came to the conclusion the only cameras on the Earth that are actually sealed are ones that go underwater.
Yeah.
What? What's minus 65? My freezer don't get down to minus 65.
What's he on about? Who's a clone?
Is he
talking about Fahrenheit or Celsius?
Oh, you see, he comes on here and he asks questions, but he simply just doesn't want to hear the answer. That's the bottom line of it. He just doesn't want to hear the answer because it doesn't, like you were saying, Farmers Boy, it doesn't fit his narrative. That's what he wants. He just come here to troll and just to try and make everybody look a little bit silly, but he's feigning really badly. And SE, unless you're actually going to show some bottle, put your money where your mouth is, come on here and debate us properly, or otherwise, excuse my language, fuck off. Seriously.
Who's
you're getting on everybody's tits right now, quite honestly, because you're just coming here and you're just insulting people. If you're going to do
that's why he's doing it, casual.
Piss off.
How about I just get rid of everyone on the panel and I just discuss and I just have a talk to him on my own? Then wouldn't that be better?
No, yeah, that's what he wants to do.
I'll drop out for that, Terry. That's worth dropping out.
Yeah, not
for.
an issue. Not an issue.
Yeah.
See, if you don't want to hear the answers, if you don't want to hear it, then go away.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Go on, piss off.
Why
How many
ask the
hours did you
question?
Come on here. Where's your bottle? Where's your balls? Come on here right now and debate it properly instead of coming here and ad hom insults.
Hang on.
Come on,
Casual.
Calm down, Casual.
Calm down.
See, for the last... Yeah, hang on.
Mate.
Yeah.
I already know that fact.
SE, for the last time, the camera is made with a metal body. It will stop any X-rays.
Exactly.
Duh. What part don't you understand? It stops X-rays.
It's not like the amount of X-rays up there is more than what you. I'm sure the X-ray levels they're in are less than what you would get in, say,
an airport.
An airport security scanner, and those lead foil bags that we used to have for putting the film in used to work really, really well.
Yeah, funny that, isn't it?
Yeah. It used to be really effective. And they were literally a lead foil bag that was pretty flexible because you could put your film in it in your camera bag.
Yeah.
I mean, it was always advisable just to ask that your stuff be hand checked anyway when you had camera kit traveling. And they usually would. But if they insisted on putting it through the X-ray scanner, just put all your film in the lead foil bags. And honestly, for a couple of times through the scanners, if you were going on holiday, wouldn't damage your film anyway.
Have you seen what he's just put? He reckons the emulsion would boil off. Why would it boil off, SE? Duh.
Because he's watched some stupid YouTube video by a bunch of nutters who think the Apollo missions aren't real, and that's what they've told him.
Oh, yeah, that's probably true.
So, therefore, it must be true because he's seen it in the YouTube video.
Yeah, he hasn't done his own homework.
Excuse me, Terry. Would I be able to borrow the
screen?
Yeah, can I borrow the screen just for a moment, please?
If I can borrow the mic.
Was that based on a 500C, Alan? That camera, what they used in the moon?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
It was, yep.
Yeah.
But with power drive and a 70mm back.
I just showed you the evidence, but you won't click on the link, SE.
Hang on. Can someone please explain this one? Terry, can you please have a look at that picture that I should be sharing now? And it should be in YouTube now.
Oh yeah.
I guess. Can someone please explain that picture there? Now,
there you go, SE.
I'm guessing that this guy's got metal plates in his head, and you can clearly see the X-rays go through the bones, right?
But not through the metal.
Oh, not through the metal. Now, how's that work?
I know. Shock. Wow.
SE, it's been posted twice.
So there's a picture for you, SE. So don't say X-rays anymore because there's your proof. There's your evidence. Shut your mouth. Go away. Go find something else to sook about that's wrong.
Peter, just post it again because he said he missed it.
He missed it.
Yeah,
Alan, I had no sound.
Viewing.
Alan, I had no sound again there just for a little while ago. Did you explain once again to SC why the emulsion in the film wouldn't boil off? You have already explained it once before. Have you explained it again? So that he really does understand. I'm only asking a question because I had no sound for a little while.
Right underneath your last comment, SE, go on, click the link and get back to us.
Not right at this minute, Casual, because my brain isn't working as well as it should be this morning. Sometimes there's some stuff that just that I know, but I can't get out of my head straight away. So I'm going to have to pass that on to somebody else, I'm afraid, right this minute.
I mean, if you showed them proof, if you showed the actual camera in front of them and showed you side by side a standard 500C and the one they modified, he still
was a
wouldn't believe
500. I think it was a 500 EL.
Because he could go up there, he's
Oh,
selling,
right.
take a picture, and he still wouldn't believe it.
No, he wouldn't.
More
No.
idiot.
SE, come on, stop the ad hom attacks and the ad hom insults and do something about it. Okay, if you're going to talk, then talk properly, but stop with the ad hom insults. All right, just stop. Okay, if you don't want to hear the answer, then fine, ask something else, but stop with the insults, please.
Have you got that
Go away.
telescope yet, SE, which you promised to buy? Ha 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 ha. No, I bought a P900 instead. Like that's going to be the equivalent of a telescope? No, sorry, you're wrong.
SE timestamp. Yeah. So SE, I added you and posted the link that time, so you've got no excuse, right? I've shown you an X-ray and how X-ray doesn't go through metal. Now, go and watch a video and come back when you're not going to lie or be a troll.
By the way, that guy was a flat earther. The metal plate covered the place where they took his brain out.
I thought,
did they find one?
How's that? How's that, SC? I don't want to hear the answers. I want to see the answers. I showed you the answers. I showed you a man with an X-ray of his skull that had been smashed in, which obviously has happened to you as well.
And stop calling people liars.
And I gave you the link. I gave you the link.
Yeah, that's 10-year-old child stuff. SE, grow up. Come on.
You know, one more time, SE. I'm going to give you the link. Go and look at it. There you go.
I know what his problem is now. He can't read. That's his problem. That's why he doesn't look at the links, Peter. He can't read. That's why all the fluffers want videos. I've sussed it now.
He's at work. He can't watch a video.
Of course,
but he can sit here and watch this.
Yeah. It's a shame we ain't got a video about it. We could line up and he could watch
why
it then.
we should run after him? Oh, do some bloody work.
Oh.
Yeah.
You have no answers, but I've just posted you a whole heap in the side chat, and on top of that, I've shown you evidence that you're wrong.
Just in case anybody might be interested, I haven't had a chance to read this, but a quick Google search on using Ectochrome in space brought up what appears to be rather a nice, interesting read from the American Society of Cinematographers on the 50th anniversary of the moon landing.
What heat? The cold ain't going to affect it, and nor is the vacuum, SE. Duh.
You think Kodak didn't take this into consideration before doing it?
Pretty sure Global Mummy actually answered that question about 2 or 3. Go up.
She did, and he just called her names.
Yeah.
It's because he can't read. That's why flat earthers need all
We're
of these
showing
videos.
it, Essie. There's Alan. Put another link up. Go away and read it, and then come back.
Alan,
That's
was it Kodak that actually did the adaptations to the Apollo cameras? Or was it somebody else that actually did the adaptations?
No, it wasn't Kodak.
It was Hasselblad who built the cameras, but some of the adaptation work was done by a company based in Los Angeles, from what I have from what I've read.
Oh, right, okay. Just curious.
It's like everything. You realise you need some custom work done, and a big manufacturer isn't necessarily always a good place to get custom work done because they've got production facilities. They haven't necessarily got the facilities you would get in a custom house, custom engineering shop. So it can just be easier to go to somebody who specialises in adapting stuff for specialist use.
SE, you made these assertions about X-ray. Have you ever had any qualifications teaching or anything to do with X-rays to be more of an expert than other people in this panel?
Oh yeah,
right.
He's done 25 years
Right.
research on it without an X-ray machine.
Because I was actually doing
Or it's on his desk.
X-ray interpretation for the chemical, biological, radiological response team, interpreting the circuit boards inside potential bombs and stuff like that. Now, that's one of those jobs that you don't want to get things wrong because you don't have a very good day afterwards when you do. And I'm just wondering, what qualifications have you got to say that I'm wrong?
Guess what? I've just found on Hasselblad's website all about the cameras they use.
Yes, that's the link
Would
Peter's been
that be
posting.
the link Peter's been putting in the post already?
Is that? I was just going to ask that. I was just going to ask. Is that the link?
That's the link I put in random
He's
picks.
been
for
given
Peter.
gentlemen.
dozens of links about.
But he
all
won't click on them because he can't read.
No, well, he won't accept them because they won't.
Can you
confirm
hear
the
me?
bias
1
he's
2
got.
1 2.
Is he in?
Here he is.
I'm going to shut up then.
Yep, we'll be quiet. Let you go on. Off you go, Essie.
How you guys doing?
We're doing fine.
I'd dispense with the
Right,
pleasantries if I
so-
were you.
I don't have much time because I have to go to work. But
That's
I
convenient.
think you guys misunderstood the whole situation here. Let me clear it up. If
No.
farmers,
go for it.
I know you can't help yourself.
I know you can't help yourself either, but go for it, mate.
Right, mate, I shall. So listen up. This is the story, gentlemen. On Jose's show, I brought up what I found about the Hasselblad, and I just threw it out like there. I didn't make any claims. I said that the cameras were modified certain things, like they took off the leather, they painted it silver, they took off the mirror inside, they took off the top viewer because the astronaut couldn't see it, they enlarged the button, they put special oil for the gear so it doesn't boil off, but they did nothing about the film pressurized. I can't find anything about, was the film pressurized? Was it protected against the heat and the cold? Now, I challenged somebody to find me because I couldn't find it. And crashes came out like a white knight. Oh, you're so dumb. Look, you can't do your research, just like you guys were doing before, throwing me the Hasselblad site. Like I haven't read it, like I haven't been there. You said it's so easy. It took me 2 minutes to find it. It's 2 weeks later. I still have nothing, gentlemen. Nothing.
We just give you some links.
Okay.
Why didn't you click on them?
So hang on. Can I just say this? For starters, you need to stop talking about the X-rays because I've just told you quite clearly that there are pictures of the film canisters that are made out of aluminium that the film was in, and aluminium stops X-rays. Job's done. The camera was made out of cast aluminium. Stops X-rays. Job's done. Which bit of that don't you understand?
I'll give you that.
Before you go any further.
Pressure? How about the
right?
heat and the
Okay.
cold?
So heat. The next one is pressure. Pressure makes no difference to film. It makes no difference to film. Film will work in a zero pressure environment or a positive pressure environment. It will work.
You have no clue what you just said.
Does
Who
work.
am I talking to?
Yes.
Who am I talking to?
Are you looking at the screen?
Can you just
Discord,
tell me your
isn't he?
name, sir?
Okay. So it's Peter. It's Peter. So
Okay,
film
so
will
you're
operate
absolutely wrong, Peter, because do you know?
No,
hold
I'm
on,
not.
Hold on. Yes, you are, and I'll explain it to you if you keep quiet. Do you know what the film emulsion is made of?
I do. Yes.
Yeah, we do. We all know what film.
Yes.
film
Yes,
emulsion's
I
made
do.
of.
Tell me what it's made of.
Gelatin.
Right, and does gelatin freeze at minus 65?
Minus 65 what? Real units or
It's
freedom
minus
units?
65 Fahrenheit on the moon. Does the film emulsion freeze at 65 minus Fahrenheit? Yes or no?
No.
No.
No, it doesn't.
Then
SE,
you guys
I've just
are
done a
in La La
search.
Land.
SE.
You're full.
Oh, here we
SE,
go.
hang on.
Can
Can I just do this, please? SE, you said you search and you can't find nothing about the film and Kodak or what they done. I've just done a search, Kodak and the film they used for Apollo, and the first thing that comes up in the list is about the film and what they've done. Why do you find that such a problem, SE?
Tell me what they've done. I read everything on it. Tell me what they've done.
So
His
hang
Google
on,
is
before
broken,
you go,
obviously.
Hold on.
before you go any further,
wait,
SE.
mate. Terry, tell me what they've
Yeah,
done.
no,
I don't need to. You need to do it. SE,
Terry,
no one else
tell
needs
me
to
what
do
they've
it.
done on
You
the
need
film.
to
You
do
know
it.
you're full of shit, dude. You know you're just lying right now.
No, I'm not lying. I'm a photographer, SE. I've done this for
So
quite a
tell
few
me,
years.
since
I
you're
know
a
what emulsion
photographer,
is.
Tell me what they've done. Go ahead then.
Sorry. SE, I just done a search for the exact thing you're looking for, and it was the first thing that come up about Kodak. Just go look
So
at
tell
it.
me what Kodak
Just go
did,
read about
special
it,
emulsion,
and you'll
to
get all
make
your
that
answers.
film not freeze at minus 65. Go.
You wanted proof, okay? Now they're giving you proof, and you don't want to look at it. You were saying earlier on we were just talking. Now it's been given to you. Now click on it and read it. That's what you wanted, SE. Make up your mind. What do you want?
I read everything. You're not listening. You're not
No,
listening.
have you read the thing that he's just found you? Have you read the thing that he's just found you? Have you read the thing that he's found you? Have you just read the bit that he's found you? Yes or no?
No, he hasn't.
Cock.
Go ahead, read it to everybody. Everybody's anxious to hear it. Go ahead.
I'm now going to make a statement here. If there would be, if there would be a problem with the temperature of the film, there is a really simple answer to it. Simply just
show us
the bloody camera up. I'm pretty sure the film wasn't at minus 65 Fahrenheit.
Oh, you're pretty sure?
Yeah, they're simply
pretty sure. Eh?
I haven't checked. I haven't gone and found out what the temperature of the film would be.
That's my
so
point.
I cannot say
Peter,
exactly
Random
what
Picks,
it is.
the link, what he needs is in Random Picks. I just put a link in there. So SE can go click on the link, quite simply. You only got to move your mouse once and click on it and go read it and then get back to us, SE. Don't call me a liar. Don't call me any ad homs, please. You asked for the answers.
Tell us what
There's
it says,
the answer.
Terry. We're all here.
Matt,
we're all
Matt,
waiting.
if he's
Go
in
ahead.
Discord,
Yeah.
if he's in Discord, he can actually click on it himself.
Oh, right. Yeah. Can you see Random Picks?
So down in
Tell
Random
us
Picks,
what it
there is
says.
a.
Are you afraid, Terry?
Hey, are you gonna be civil enough to shut up and let me speak when I'm trying to read it out to you, you ignorant man? How rude are you? You keep saying read it out, and I'm here trying to read it out, and you won't shut up. What about that bit?
Okay, then go ahead.
You are so dishonest. No, you are so dishonest that you have to keep talking over me every time I try to do what you ask me to do. Why should I jump through hoops for you when I've just straight out showing you? I showed you the X-ray. The X-ray doesn't go through steel, through aluminium. I showed you that, and you kept that going. I explained to you that film works without an environment. But no, that's not good enough, even though you've got no evidence to the contrary.
You explained all you're doing is talking. Are you triggered, little man?
No, I showed you.
He doesn't want to hear the answer.
Picture. I showed you a picture. You didn't even click on the links that I kept dropping for you.
Just boot him off. He doesn't want to hear the answer.
SE, can you see the link I just posted in FairSat? Because you're in there now. It states quite clearly, cameras that recorded the moon landings. Can you see that?
There's a lovely picture of it in
the Discord.
He's not going to
because
it doesn't fit his narrative.
Hang on, casual. Discord. Yes. Fair suck of the Sav. That's where you are at the moment. You should see the link I just posted. Please don't tell me you can't. If not, Peter will post it in the side chat of YouTube for you to click on it. Are you going to be honest enough to click on it?
Oh, he's been shown that one before.
Jesus Christ, I'm still on it. I've went and had a bath and everything.
I know.
Kick the fuck
You
out.
guys not understand that I've been looking at this stuff for months. All I'm
So
asking
what don't you
is-
understand about it then?
He's got zero comprehension. That's the problem.
So hang on. You've been looking at this for months, and in 5 minutes, we've found all of the information that just blows all of your assertions out of the water.
But you don't want to look at it.
You're telling us
You
right at this
found
point in
nothing,
time
dude.
that
You
you're
do not understand.
excuse me.
You're doing
Are
the
you looking at the
crashes.
link?
You
Are
found fuck
Are
up.
you looking? Are you looking at the link?
Boot him.
Are you looking at the
Right.
link? Either you're intellectually.
Can I
No.
boot him, please? Because he's being a
Peter,
pain. He's just being a dishonest prat.
He's trolling now.
He's in Discord.
He's now trolling, so
boot him.
It's all right.
Yeah, boot him.
He's gone.
Now, you don't start behaving, you'll end up with nowhere to go to. You'll not go back to Jose.
He doesn't want to
You're not
hear the
welcome
answers,
here.
guys. It is a waste of time. He doesn't
Yes.
want to hear the answers. It's as
What
simple
a
as that.
disingenuine arsehole.
Yep, he is.
I told you that right from the start.
Yeah.
He doesn't
Yeah.
never going to hear the answer. He doesn't want to hear the answer.
You show him the answer. You lead the horse to water.
Yeah, that ain't water. I ain't
If you'd
drinking
given him
that.
long enough, he would have got really wound up and said, you can't have gas pressure without containing an extra vacuum. Because that's almost like a vocal tick of his now. When he's struggling, he'll come out with that. And or you don't know whether it's an open or a closed system, etc.
Yeah, it could be either.
Oh, Carl, I was just about to do that.
You beat me too. I was sitting ready.
I just clicked on the 3 dots.
You couldn't get any more disingenuous. He kept saying, "I've read everything. I've read everything. I've read everything. I can't
No, he
find
hasn't.
anything." We found several things that he clearly hasn't read.
He
Clearly.
doesn't
Have to get rid of
understand
his
it.
little butt
So
buddy.
dishonest. It's unbelievable. So
Yeah.
dishonest.
Christ, I mean, the first link I found about Kodak film is the very first bloody thing. Oh, I'll ignore that because that proves what I'm trying to do. No, oh, here's one on YouTube. I'll watch this one. Oh, it's a flat earther. Oh, it must be true then. My brain hurts. Oh my God, I've got to go to work, guys.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that we've been using film in vacuum chambers on Earth for a long time.
Yeah,
that's a good find actually, Mad B. That's a really good find.
Yes, yes. The film emulsion is a gelatin based
product.
Is a gelatin base sitting on a harder substrate. And we've used lots of stuff on the substrate: glass, celluloid. These days they use polyester. I'm not quite sure if they changed over to the polyester type for the Apollo missions, because it was around that time that they were moving to the safety bases from the old.
Yeah, I think he's been booted, Demon Orb.
Yeah.
It's just a waste of space because he doesn't want to know the answers. You give him the links. We all gave him links, and he wouldn't click on any of them.
No.
And then Peter shows him a picture, and he still denies it. Well, there's the picture, mate. What? Well, you guys don't know nothing. You all live in La La Land. Oh, no, sorry. My information's on my desk at work. Yeah. Right. Of course you are, SE. I used to like the guy, but he's just turned into a complete and utter dickhead. I mean, if you're genuine and you want to learn about stuff, you listen to people that know about this stuff. Like Kodak, who actually made the film, and Hasselblad, who made the cameras.
Yeah.
And Apollo that send the men up to the moon. Hello? It's, yeah.
Okay, enough of him. We've
Yeah.
got rid of him. Talk about something different, please.
Casual, can you smile in your next picture? I know it might crack your makeup, but could you smile, please?
Yes, he was definitely trolling us. That's why I eventually kicked. That's why I kicked him, because he was just starting to trigger people, and don't think Terry wanted us to go there.
And he didn't even want to answer my question. Will you click the link and be an honest person? He just ignored it.
Alan, can I just say one thing?
What's that?
Thank you for doing that then, because that means I don't have to read this shit out.
Sorry,
I hate reading shit out.
Sorry for getting a bit heated, guys. I had a bit
No,
of a row
you're all
with
right,
him.
casual. He does it to everyone.
I had a row with my ex this morning, so I was kind of a bit riled up already anyway. So
yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. It was
perfect casual. Do it again next time he comes.
I couldn't think of a more lovely person to take it out on.
I know, I was thinking that as well.
Terry, take some control of this lot, will you, please?
Where were we?
I thought you were the boss here.
Are you suggesting we're out of control, Mippet?
Yes, absolutely, I am.
Terry's sitting back laughing his
I
head
don't know
off.
how many times I was tempted to boot the lot of yous.
Oh dear.
Oh.
Silence.
Oh dear. Are we in trouble?
Yeah. We're going to be put in the dark room.
Oh, good. Can we go in the dark room? I love playing in the dark room.
Dark room.
Didn't know we had a dark room. Is it just black and white? Or is
Press
it a full
play,
colour?
please, Terry. Press play on whatever. Just press it.
It's black and white.
Just hit that play button, please.
I've got some Ektachrome paper, Alan.
Yeah. I used to do some Superchrome printing.
I'll get a review too.
We have.
Dark one.
Yeah.
Terry's still quiet. It's starting to worry me now. What he's going to do? What he's up to?
Terry, please press play.
Yeah.
We need you to press play.
I've got nothing to play.
What?
What?
You had all this time? You only had to do one job.
Oh, I would keep saying that to the boss, man. But you're going to get beaten yourself in a minute.
I'll collect some videos. I like to play nicely
Fred's
with
asking.
the peanuts and not put my foot on them and squish them.
Yeah, there was a half decent Mr. Sensible
Back in a
last night.
previous
I'm sure you
flat.
wanted to see that.
Yes, Mandelbrot. If the film was at minus 65, then the astronauts would have been at minus 65. Well said.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. You missed that one. Yeah.
And interestingly enough, those film cartridges were also essentially in an insulated box.
Yes, because they're
Most of the
preloaded
time.
into the
They're
back.
preloaded into the cartridges. The cartridges were actually in an aluminium case that was basically filled with foam rubber.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton Analyst.
Hello, wonderful person, Andrea. Yes, you're quite right, Alan, because they got their own backs, didn't they? They just take the back off and put another back on.
Yeah, but the backs are in a box that is insulated. So how is the film going to get rid of its heat to get down to the temperature of to get down to the lack of temperature?
Because SC's up there with a hoover sucking all it out.
Yeah, because because the most efficient way of getting rid of heat, of course, is conduction.
Which you need an atmosphere for.
Which you need, oh God, you need that one, don't you? Yes. And then what's the next one? Oh yeah, the next one's radiation.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Oh, I'm going to really upset Terry now. I've got hobnobs with chocolate because he can't get them.
Oh. And I can't eat them.
Yeah, Rosie was on Rosie and Nathan are coming over in a little while, and they're stopping. I should have said get some chocolate hobnobs. I shouldn't have.
Yes.
By the way, I've got some really bad news, by the way.
Oh, what's that?
It's really serious. I put on a pound since the previous week.
That's okay. It might be muscle. It might be. Don't worry about it. No, seriously. Muscle weighs more than fat.
No,
if you're exercising.
No, I'm not. I haven't. I've been in isolation, haven't I, for the last week? And of course, I've been eating the wrong things as well. Well, not a lot, but a bit.
Yes, you have.
No exercise.
Yeah, it's not muscle.
I'm going to come over there and jump up and down you and use you as a trampoline. That'll get rid of it. Get out! Get out! Get out! Go on,
this is taking an unexpected twist.
It is a bit, isn't it?
Terry, have we got something to press play on yet?
Yeah,
I was only filling in time.
I've got other things to sort out since she's caused all sorts of problems.
Yes, it's the Kashmir space bar. Sure.
I'm back. I'm back.
Oh.
SC, if you don't say anything, you won't cause any problems.
Right. Does the truth hurt, gentlemen? Did I touch a nerve?
No.
No, because you're clearly trolling. That's why you're clearly trolling, because you don't want to hear the answers. It's as simple as that, really. So why don't you just go away?
I'm not trolling.
Yeah, you are.
Did you click on any of them links, Essie?
No, he doesn't want to hear.
But I've banned him.
Ah,
Yay!
bugger! I didn't get my answer.
I'm only going to re-invite him again.
Yeah, see that just proves it. I'm back, gentlemen. Don't you want just the truth hurt? He's trolling, Terry. Please don't let him back. Please.
I've never had a problem with him.
Well, he's trolling right now, and that's what he's just done there. It just proves it.
Only because the other people feed into his narrative and argue back with him.
Well, the thing
he
is,
wanted
Terry,
answers.
we gave him answers, and he doesn't want to hear it.
And he started just being ad hominem, start calling people names and everything, and that's
don't know what you're talking about, blah blah blah. And that's the rest of it. He's trolling, Terry. Trust me, he is trolling. He's just come here just to wind up a few Glovers. That's all he's done, and that's what he's trying to do. It's obvious.
Well, he gets a bite, doesn't he?
Well, that's as maybe, but whatever the reason is, he's still doing what he's doing. I mean, do you want to allow somebody on that's going to keep trolling?
Yeah, he asked for a question, we gave him the answer, and yet he refuses to do it, and then just starts calling you names. That's just not how it is.
That's classic troll.
Yeah,
classic.
It's like the little kid that sits behind a wall calling people names. We don't need that.
It's a case of sort of like answer a question, put his fingers in the air, and go la 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 la. You're a bunch of idiots. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all you're going to get backwards and forwards all the time. He's not going to want to hear the answers at all. And he was just he's just trolling, Terry. Trust me. I've heard so many trolls now. It's just ridiculous, and that's classic.
Yeah, as Bog said, why give him a platform so he can cause trouble?
Sure, it's your channel, Terry. I understand that. I get it. Your decision, but personally, I wouldn't allow him back.
Yeah. Yeah, my reason for hitting the ban button on him was simply because that's what the peanuts seem to want.
Yeah, what was it? Real non sequitur. SE needs to be banded.
Banded.
Yeah,
abandoned.
Sean Smith, what about the Sea Sparrow missile?
Oh, let's not get into that one.
Oh, God.
Oh, right. Is there something?
No. We don't want to get into that one.
All right. Tell me later, Alan. Tell me later.
Yeah.
Man, it must be really good at catching its prey. Sparrowhawks. They're pretty good, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh. I'm just going to completely change the subject with a quick non sequitur. Sean, just seen that photo of that piece you put in my art channel. Really like it. If anybody wants to see what I'm talking about, you're very welcome to go to my channel and have a look. Let me get the
Yeah, I think people are in agreement with you, Alan.
There we go. Go have a look at Sean's work. He's just posted another piece in there. I like. Oh, Terry's AFK.
I think we may have upset Terry.
I think we might have done.
Yes.
But it wasn't going to go anywhere.
No. I mean, the fact that he came back and said that, the truth hurts, am I triggering you, blah, 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 that just proves that he's trolling.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing.
What truth? He hasn't got any truth. Poor chap. No wonder he's in a muddle if he doesn't understand what the word truth means. He needs to have his dad to sit down and have a chat with him, or his mum, or his brother, or somebody.
I mean, he did come on to the peanut gallery early on. I mean, he was literally just going in. I've got answers, and then starts on home attacks.
Yeah.
If you come on and just said, I haven't had any answers yet, what's happening and stuff like that, can we talk about it? Then fine. Okay, we can do that. We can talk about it. But, when you start the ad hom attacks, what kind of reaction is he going to expect to happen? Is he going to expect us to be all nicey nice to him and all polite and nice? No, don't work like that.
No. Yeah. Away flirt killing. AFK. Away flirt killing. Nice one, Iris Stu.
Alan, have you got control? Are you able to play a video or something, or just
I can't. It'll upset farmers because you won't be able to do anything if I share a screen. If I find something.
True, yeah. No, it's okay. I can do something else whilst you're doing that.
Yeah,
I can just turn the chair around.
Otherwise, you're just gonna.
Well, I'm paint another model.
Yeah. Still listen to you. Just can't do much on the computer because it just acts like it's wading through syrup.
Yeah.
Oh, you having computer problems, farmers?
No, it's bizarrely it's only in Zoom, and when it's not the host streaming something, when somebody else streams something, it makes my computer slow down.
And it doesn't have to be video. It's even if I just share a still photograph. If somebody shares a still photograph. Boom.
Yep. But if Terry does it, Terry being the host, if Terry does something, it's fine. But if anybody else does, my computer just slows down. And
weird.
It's almost done.
That's weird. Yeah, you've got something running in the background, mate, which is cool.
No, I've been through and done all sorts of modifications to make sure only the.
Did you look at Task Manager when it happens?
Yeah.
Have Task Manager open and then ask Terry.
Yeah, done all
Alan
that.
to do it. Nothing comes up.
No, it just seems to put extra load on the machine all of a sudden, and there's nothing else that suddenly starts running to cause that. So
that's weird.
It's just one of those things.
Do you want that 6-core CPU by any chance? I can still send it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We'll sort it out later. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It might be worth doing that.
Yes.
Ooh. Did you hear that? Oh yes, you heard that because I forgot to. That you heard that because the monitor decided to output that audio. Not. Now where are we? We're in that channel. So if I do that, that'll put the audio through, but properly rather than you hearing it coming through my loudspeakers. Because you probably don't want to hear it through the loudspeakers. Right, share screen. Where are we? Live stream here. No, not the that one. Yeah. And hang on. Right. All right. Suppose I better hit play, hadn't I?
Yeah, I'll be back.
Is the audio okay, or loud, or what? Please let me know.
Audio's fine.
It's
Hello and welcome back. Today we're going to have a look at Jazzler111, who's looking for an explanation. This guy's level of understanding is so poor, he doesn't even know what up and down is. A great bunch of people who do know up and down and are totally on the level are my amazing patrons. With massive thanks to all my patrons, including new patrons Larry XK, Yuha Escalinen, Purple Rhymes with Orange, Tim Nicholas, Royce C, Key Weasel, and Lucas Hoy, and my latest patrons, David Fisher and Jeff Plessier. Thank you all so very much. Okay, Jazzler111, you better tell us what your 3 problems with a globe Earth are. Roll VT.
All right, welcome.
Right, thank you.
This is make a video about curvature. Okay.
Okay, but you do promise it's not going to be too dumb, don't you?
If I'm standing on an ice lake or something like that, well, it's 8 inches per mile, which is 8 inches the opposite direction mile.
Well, I guess now's not really the time to get into
higher mathematics.
But it's actually 8 inches per mile squared for a short distance, a few miles. It's a rough guideline.
Okay. So basically, how can and how is it possible to walk?
Didn't you learn? You start with crawling, then you start walking around holding furniture, and oh, is that not what you meant?
And how is it possible to walk from this location to here, which is 8 inches below my level and below my level?
Oh, I think this is going to be good, isn't it?
And this original location be 8 inches below my feet.
Let's get this clear. You're asking how you can walk a distance of a mile downhill 8 inches, and yet the point you started from is then 8 inches below you.
This location is going to be 8 inches above my feet.
Yep. I'm afraid you really are that dumb.
Do you understand that? The only way for this to become 8 inches below, which would be here, which would be from here to the 8 inches. You understand that? If I'm standing here, is if the Earth moved.
Look, Professor, nobody is claiming that if you move 1 mile, your start point has changed its elevation.
Do you understand that?
And I'm afraid that you don't.
Because you can't walk around a ball and eventually you're going to be facing over here. Gravity doesn't determine direction, your senses, to know which way is up.
Well, my doubting little fluff bunny, I'm afraid it does. In your ear, you have 3 semicircular canals. As your head moves direction, fluid in those canals triggers signals to your brain indicating the position of your head. There are 3 of them in different planes, indicating left, right, up, down, and so on. This is why people with certain ear infections, where their ear canals aren't working properly, can no longer balance. It all works on gravity.
You know which way is up. You're always in this location. You're always perpendicular.
Yes, perpendicular to the surface of the Earth, wherever you are around that sphere. You are one of those fools who think that we're claiming that there is a top and a bottom to the Earth.
The only way you can travel around a ball, I'll zoom out a little bit, is if you are the person, and when you walk, the Earth is moving under your feet.
Oh my goodness. Well, what happens if someone's walking the other way towards you? That means the Earth's moving in 2 directions.
That's the only way plausible. It cannot happen any other way.
I think somebody needs to go into the remedial class, don't you?
For you to walk 1 mile and it's 8 inches below, how can the original location be 8 inches below your feet?
It isn't. It just looks like that from your point of view.
That means that when I walk out here, okay, that means the Earth is moving like this as you go around and follow that so-called curvature. That can't be possible.
Did IQs just drop sharply while I was away?
Unless you are actually stationary and everything moves when you move. But then we have another big problem.
Oh, do we? Please be my guest.
You're always upright and the Earth rotates 24 hours, 360 degrees. Do you understand that? When I rotate, okay, the level is changing. The 8 inches is now above my feet and now it's 16 inches below my feet.
Hello, is it possible to nominate someone to be euthanized and to be used for medical science?
And to work out every angle for every mile, it's 0.0144, because if you times that by 24,900 miles or even 25,000 miles, you get 360 degrees. So it's basically giving you an angle per every mile. And if you work that angle out, it's 8 inches and 8 inches either side of you, which would be 16 inches here and 16 inches here. So that's basically
evidence that although you can do some simple maths, you can't grasp a simple concept.
Proves to me that we don't live on a ball.
Come on then, tell us the second problem.
Okay, have you ever taken a chain off your push bike and tried to ride it? It doesn't work.
Doesn't it? Well, slap my ass and call me Shirley.
There's no friction to turn the back wheel. When you have a high pressure, and then a low pressure, and then a high pressure, and then a low pressure, and then a high pressure, and then a high pressure, well, this high pressure needs to push off something. If the atmosphere here is a low pressure, this high pressure can't push this low pressure. It's just going to fill the space.
It doesn't need to push on it. And actually, yes, high pressure areas do try and equalize with low pressure areas. That's what wind is.
For the Earth to spin, the pressure needs to be the same all the way around.
Nope. The Earth is rotating and the atmosphere is also rotating.
Like they try and say, oh, it's a train. Well, the Earth isn't sealed like a train, okay? The Earth doesn't have a roof sealing it, apparently. So if the Earth doesn't have a roof sealing it, like how a train has the pressure gradient the same in the whole train, that's why when you move at a constant motion, you don't feel anything. But you rip the roof off, so it's just the ground or the base of the train.
I've just hit pause because I just want to say something. If you spin a ball in a fluid, it will start rotating the fluid with it. You can do that in pretty much any fluid, air or a gas or a liquid. Any fluid, if you spin something, even spin a ball in it, it will start the flipping.
Someone done that with a
wooden with it.
Yeah, someone done that with a wooden dowel, Alan. Just placed it in the liquid, I think it was a bucket of water, put it inside it, and then slowly started the drill up. And you could see it after a little while, you could see all the rotation of the water.
Indeed.
And that wasn't high speed or anything, that was just slow turning. And suddenly,
Because there's always some drag between the liquid and the surface.
Yeah, exactly, Globomon. That's how blenders work.
Yeah, exactly.
If a house, a cook or a chef or forgive the pun, housewife actually knows how a blender works. I'm fairly certain flat earthers could work it out. Perhaps we need a load of mums on here to tell people how mechanics work. Look, you stupid idiots. Coffee, anyone?
I was going to say, is this guy an Aussie? Because I think, the accent sounds right, but I wasn't 100% sure. No, everybody else has gone, have they?
I don't know if they're on mute, are they?
No.
I'm muted, but I'm listening.
Yeah.
Is he Aussie?
Oh, he is an Aussie.
Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, yes, he is.
Okay.
It's a very sad day for Australia. Go on.
I'll hit play again.
And then see what happens. The wind and the force is going to create destruction in that train. You only have to remove the front window and see what happens.
Surely this isn't a difficult concept to grasp. If your train doesn't have a roof and walls and whatever, if you're traveling along at 75 miles an hour on a windless day, it will feel like the wind is going past.
What happened there?
We've lost sound, Alan. I don't know if you know.
Sorry, did my audio click out there for a second?
Yes, it did.
Yes.
Roof. Okay. And this just totally proves to me
that padded rooms are a good idea for some people.
Stationary. You can't say space. This section of space, okay, is connected to the Earth.
We don't, and it isn't.
They're independent. Because it's like spinning a ball. You spin a basketball, the atmosphere doesn't follow the ball around.
Well, if your
it does.
Had a circumference of 40,000 kilometres and weighed approximately 5.972 times 10 to the power of 24 kilograms, then the atmosphere would be rotating with it. Come on, problem number 3, please.
Okay, we have a road. But the landmass, when I'm standing here, the road actually angles in.
No. With perspective, the distant end of the road appears to have angled in.
So what is actually happening to the land?
What?
The land is actually warping and bending.
The only thing warping and bending is your mind.
Space-time.
This is why you think it's a ball, because you're measuring perspective.
Perspective.
One last time. We are small, but the ones out there are far away.
Further away it is, it compresses, it compacts. And if I was to walk from this end of the road to the other end of the road, do you know what happens?
Your carers chase after you very quickly.
It goes like this. And then when I'm at the other end of the road, it's back like this. So it's actually changing. Things are moving, they're morphing, they're warping. It's perspective. But anyway, I'll leave that with you. Have a good one.
Trying to fool us, you know?
Who?
Them. All of them. They never even went to space. You know why? Because they don't want us to know. The Earth is flat.
None of this is difficult to understand. You can find explanations for all of it with 2 minutes Googling. Jasla, I'm willing to do lots of silly things on camera, but I'm not willing to look as stupid as you have just looked. Jasla, I can only imagine that you would struggle with the concept of a pair of socks. I hope you've all enjoyed it. Until next time, stay sensible. Bugger.
Shut up and sit down.
Well, there we are. That was Mr.
Oh, dear God Almighty.
The derpery was just so huge, wasn't it?
I bet Pip wished she went shopping as long as what Casual did, so she didn't have to listen to that.
I said I'd be down to Mum at 1, so I'll be leaving just shortly.
Can we send that convict back to England?
No, can we send some more convicts back to Australia, please?
I still don't understand why you got a problem with my 48-hour shopping trip. I really don't understand what.
Munch. Are you sure
it's flat at the moment? Nobody at the moment. It's really hard to get a spanner in this chat. I used to give them out to everybody who wasn't an idiot, but
I know. I still haven't got a spanner.
We don't know it's the idiot in the sense.
I think you just answer your own question, Casual.
Oh. I was going at what Pip said.
Yeah.
While I am letting Terry stream on run his programs on my channel. Sometimes when I'm not available to keep an eye on things, the mods need to be able to mod.
Not rock.
Unfortunately, everybody I can't have everybody have a spanner anymore.
No, that makes sense.
That can make complete sense, yeah.
Perfect sense to me.
All hell would have let loose today if everybody had a spanner.
Have you got
quack, quack.
Have you got a citation for that, Alan?
Did you measure it?
Yeah. Were you there?
I've seen what happens. I see what happens when you can't control the chat.
Yes.
Things get silly. So there are a limited number of mods now. Mostly those who are on the panel, and one or two others who I trust to mod. And I'm pretty sure. And actually, those who do mod are not being asshats about it either. They're pretty much letting everything go. So
What, sensible modding, as in when Mippet just bans me or times me out for saying hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did I do that? No, I must have been asleep.
For your amusement on your birthday, I can take that. That's right.
But you got to admit, Casual, it was funny.
Oh, hilarious! It's not as if it's ever happened before for saying hello when I've come on.
Yeah, normally
Very
in Jim
original.
Panda's server. Normally in Jim Panda's server,
I keep getting deafened there just for saying something. That's it. I don't go in there anymore. That's the very reason why I don't go there anymore.
Oh my God, Essie, we're rude. Go away.
Yeah.
Hey, mate, you spoke over the top of me.
Oh, that's being rude. Ban him.
As a suggestion, just as merely a suggestion.
Go on again.
No. I'm just going to say maybe draw everything to a close, considering circumstances.
No, we're not going to be beaten up by a flurf.
Damn it, she keeps trying about.
He's asking me. He's sorry. I won't do it anymore then. I was trying to be a responsible mod, like Alan said.
He wasn't doing it, is it?
Oh.
Right, shopping. I'll try and get back before you finish.
See you later, Pip.
Oops. We got another video. I put in Derpy.
How about we have
person? Sorry.
I'm going to say. How about we go with I don't know, is Terry back or is Terry still away?
No, I'm back.
See, you're back. Okay, well Terry can take control then. That's good.
Yeah, I think I should have took control before, but I didn't want to do it on your channel.
Yeah,
I got some videos. I ended up with 2 Antons. I don't know how I did that.
Oh God, Andrew will shoot you.
Yep. You're going to see it on the news tomorrow.
She will cross borders for that.
I'm sure it must be easy. It must be easy to sneak across the state border. Are there actually border control points on the border, state borders, or is it just?
Yes, there are.
Yeah.
License plates. They'll just go, "What are you doing in this county?"
No, I wasn't sure because, I mean, for example, at the moment in the UK, I mean, even driving from England to Scotland or England to Wales, the only reason you know that you've crossed the border is because there's usually a sign at the side of the road.
Yep, and people throwing rotten tomatoes at you.
Yeah, and going from Northern Ireland to the Republic of Ireland, or the only thing you'll notice is just that the street signs are the speed signs are in kilometres an hour rather than miles an hour. That's the only difference. That's all, and the road markings are slightly different.
So when casuals see him, go, "Cool, we can go faster now."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So are we voting today, Terry, or are you just going to randomly choose?
Well, I can't do the voting part.
Why not? You can type message. Oh, what? Because people don't see the big yellow blob or something.
Yeah.
Well, I see your name.
We can read your
Terry?
name, though.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah,
see
I was going to say. Yeah, I mean, you are blue at least.
We're blue, da da dee da da da. You're blue, Terry. We can see you. Go on.
Oh, okay, I'll tell you what. Let's go vote. Or what's the number range we got here, Terry?
I haven't got many that I can find. I've only got 4 because you just played one, so there was 5.
Okay. Well, they wanted something. So 1, 4.
and I'm allowing 2 Antons because one of them he mentions lightning.
Was there lightning?
Was there lightning? Yes, Anton.
Was there lightning, Terry?
Yes, Anton even said it.
How did that get from? How the hell did that get from flipping live chat to top chat?
I don't know. That annoyed me that they automatically has it top chat.
Oh, Irish Stew, yeah, and of course the road signs are in Gaelic. But I mean, the road signs are in Gaelic in parts of Belfast and Londonderry, don't forget as well, Irish Stew. So.
4's the winner.
That's funny because if you go to Wales, some of the signs are in Welsh.
I know, weird, isn't it?
Yeah. In Scotland,
well, you get both actually. In Northern Ireland, you get on the road signs. You get both the English and the Gaelic. But when you go to the Republic, it's just Gaelic.
Is it Gaelic in Scotland what they put on, Pip?
I don't think it is it? Oh, I don't know.
Pip's gone shopping.
Pip's gone shopping. So yeah. I don't know about Scotland. I haven't. Well, going through the little bits of Scotland I've been through, I haven't seen any.
Yeah, they normally put
I
Gaelic on it.
That'd be Celtic.
I noticed it's the lightning one, Terry.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and today we're going to be talking about a
if you're going to
very
insult me,
fascinating
at least
topic.
spell my name correctly.
Yeah, he's nice to paint. He's nice to pet.
Can I just
yourselves, you lot? Come on.
Can I just suggest we ignore SE, by the way?
Yeah, we are going to.
I think that's something that should have been done a long time ago. I don't know why you're only mentioning it now.
Okay.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and today we're going to be talking about a very fascinating topic, lightning. Because even though International Space Station is technically responsible for studying space, it also spends a lot of time studying our own planet Earth. and there's nothing more fascinating on our planet, at least in my opinion, than the mysteries behind what exactly is lightning. So let's talk about what NASA has recently discovered, and welcome to What the Math.
I wonder if he'll mention lightning.
So all of this began a few years ago when the Japanese scientists discovered that one of the lightning bolts that was detected by the International Space Station very close to one of the Japanese cities also seemed to produce a huge amount of gamma ray radiation. You know, that super dangerous radiation that comes from various objects like neutron stars like this one right here, the highest level of radiation out there, and the type of radiation that can pretty much go through most of the materials very easily. In other words, it's that type of radiation that most people think of when you say radiation, the super dangerous one. But in Japan it became a huge issue because of the nuclear reactor disaster back in 2013 due to the tsunami that damaged the reactor. So a lot of research was focused on detecting gamma ray radiation and also just focused around general idea of how to protect the civilian population. And so discovering this huge blob of gamma ray radiation coming out of nowhere kind of surprised these scientists. And over time we realized that this is a very common phenomenon happening with every single lightning strike, and today we refer to this as terrestrial gamma ray flashes, or TGF. NASA has even created this beautiful animation that shows you where these gamma ray flashes happen around the planet, and they always correspond to the location of a typical lightning strike. There are about 500 of these events every single day. This is what they look like if you were to kind of freeze the frame and try to capture this in that one single moment. But what's interesting about this event, and what's been kind of discovered more recently, is that it's a lot more complicated and a lot more, I guess you can call it, crazy than anyone imagined. We've been trying to map these events across the planet in the last few years and try to discover exactly what happens when the lightning strikes, because the amount of energy generated is just insane. And although luckily for us most of the gamma rays seem to escape into the outer space and don't really point at the planet, nevertheless the actual generation of energy is huge, and so large as a matter of fact that it even ends up creating a lot of after effects, including antimatter that sticks around the area and starts interacting with other particles. On top of this, following a typical lightning strike, we do actually detect a little bit of gamma ray radiation pointing at the planet, and then, as I mentioned, there's a lot of different reactions that happen as a result of both the interaction of antimatter with regular matter and the gamma rays causing certain molecules to change into more radioactive isotopes. So in other words, there's this huge cascade of things happening almost instantly. And so the recent paper that you can discover in Science magazine and also in the description below discusses their discoveries of what happens in those 0.3 of a second. Basically, in those 300 milliseconds, a huge amount of stuff happens, a lot of energy is being transferred and released, and all of this is sort of mind-blowing. All of this is based on the observation of one single lightning strike that was detected over Indonesia in 2018, and they essentially took all of the data from the International Space Station, and more specifically from this apparatus right here known as ASIM, that has X-ray detection, UV detection, optical cameras, and gamma ray detection devices, so it's able to detect pretty much all of the frequencies needed to study lightning. And by using the data from ISS, they were able to discover what happens in those first milliseconds when the lightning strikes. And specifically, they were able to explain the generation of these gamma rays and where they're actually coming from. The first thing that happens when the lightning strikes is that the electrons get stripped from various atoms, and this releases the initial gamma rays that we detect. These electrons are then accelerated to ridiculous speeds because of the electromagnetic radiation produced in the lightning, and start traveling really fast. But as these electrons travel across the electromagnetic field, they're also forced to travel across the curved pathways, and this changes their direction, thus releasing even more energy. The gamma rays that are released here are known under the concept of, oh boy, Bremsstrahlung radiation. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of comments about this from my German fans. But anyway, so this radiation is often produced when an electron changes its direction, and in this case, if the direction is changed dramatically, a huge amount of radiation is released, and this is how the other gamma rays are formed. And all of this happens in approximately 1/5 or even less of a second. And following this, all of these gamma rays that are created can do two things. One of them is start creating a lot of radioisotopes, or basically changing one molecule into another molecule, and then also start producing a lot of antimatter if suddenly all of these gamma rays start interacting with each other and colliding, producing particles and antiparticles, or basically matter and antimatter. On top of that, we start seeing UV light as well, as oxygen in the atmosphere becomes ionized through the interaction with gamma rays, and we also start seeing these unusual effects known as sprites and elves. Now, these are even more mysterious and we can't really explain them yet, but they do appear above the lightning in the upper atmosphere. And remember, not even a second has passed yet. This is still about 1/3 of a second. And these UV emissions and also these sprites and elves can extend from a single lightning strike up to about 800 kilometers. All of this, once again, in 1/3 of a second. So from the time that the lightning strike happens up to about 1/3 of a second, all of this expands like a balloon, creating this huge procession of gamma rays, UV light, and a lot of other things that we just can't really see. And this is just the beginning of what we've discovered. This was only discovered in the last few years. Before that, we had no idea all of this happens and happens so quickly. And I'm pretty sure that following this study, many other studies will start coming out and discovering even more things that happen during these incredibly beautiful events. And remember, there are approximately 500 lightning strikes per day around our planet, so this happens about 500 times every day. But I also wanted to mention one thing. Even though I did say that it produces a lot of gamma rays and UV light, it's still not really dangerous to humans. The radiation produced here happens relatively quickly, and even though there is an afterglow, and you would be able to detect it if you had a gamma ray detector, it's not really that much higher than, for example, the amount of radiation you would experience by flying in an airplane. And it also only lasts for like a minute. But nevertheless, when it comes to lightning, I'm always really excited to study a little bit more about it and find out what really happens in those few moments that we're just unable to perceive as humans. Anyway, on that note, that's all I wanted to mention. Check out the study I mentioned in the description below, and also this Japanese study about the lightning strike I mentioned that came out a few months ago. On that note, thank you for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Come back tomorrow to learn something else. Subscribe if you still haven't, and share this with someone who loves science and wants to learn more about space. Space out, and as always, bye-bye.
Oh, did I miss a bit? Did he mention lightning?
Just a few times.
Okay, I was just checking.
Oh, sorry if I had an outburst. My arm went.
And there was lightning.
Okay.
There's lightning. Was there lightning?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right. Oh.
Internal chat to everybody.
Your channel?
I think ignoring.
Yeah.
Well, he said he couldn't get back on Discord for some reason.
Yeah, that's because I hit the ban hammer, Terry. You can unban him, but I just banned him for...
Yeah, I tried to unban him, but I couldn't find how you do that.
Go to the ban list at the bottom of the...
Okay.
Server settings.
Because all I would have done in
Settings
Discord is if you didn't want to hear him, I could have just server muted him temporarily and his sound wouldn't have came through. Was he still spouting questions or whatever in the peanut gallery, or?
Yeah, but we're just going to ignore him in there.
Yeah, just being a troll.
No, it's just insults now. So that's why it needs to be ignored.
Yeah, if anyone in the side chat, just ignore him. He'll probably get away.
So he's making himself look silly. Leave him to it.
Yeah.
Next vote.
Next vote. Next vote.
Next vote. Oh, yeah, okay. People need to remember.
Come on, get it together.
Hello, wonderful person.
Terry, if you are looking for another one, BM just dropped another video.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's I've actually had a pre-screening of it. It's really good.
Has Simon Dad had any new stuff out?
Yeah, he's dropped one this morning.
Got one today.
Oh, cool.
Right, 2 wins.
I'll leave that for
2
Saturday.
wins? Not 3? Oh, no.
No, 2-2.
They've let the great 3 in the sky down.
5?
There's 4 twos there, so yeah, 2 wins.
Yeah, that'll never get a vote now. It's going to be hurt. You've hurt the great 3, guys.
What? What are you talking about?
You've not heard about the 3? Oh my God, Kaz.
G3 was so last year, Mad.
I know. He's a bit slow, isn't he?
Well, Casual didn't know about the 3.
No, and he's a spaceman.
Oh.
No, what 3?
They obviously didn't tell him. He's not high enough ranked.
No, he's not high enough
up.
up.
3.
No.
No, my shield level for NASA is not high enough to obviously know about
Now do with NASA. It's to do with the great 3.
And we're not going to try to explain it to you, that's for sure.
No.
Okay.
I have to explain, you won't understand.
All right, okay.
Oh, this one.
So how am I to understand it then? If nobody ever explains it to me, how am I supposed to understand?
Just
not high enough level.
Just pretend you know, and then.
Yeah,
right. Oh, okay, right. I got you.
No, you haven't.
Anyway, you're right. Okay. Press play. Yes, I do. I know all about 3. Press play, please, Terry.
Well, it's not all about 3. It is a bit more than that.
Yeah, I understand. Press play, please, Terry.
I'm supposed to be the nag casual.
All right, okay. You nag him then.
Press play, please, Terry.
Oh, call that nagging? Oh, please press Terry, please, Terry, please.
Will you try it then, Casual?
I just did. Terry?
Yeah?
Could you press play, please?
That's too polite. That's not very good at nagging, is he?
Okay, Terry, you need
press
to press
the
play
bloody
now.
Come on. Come on.
That's better.
You want me to press play? Okay.
You already did.
Oh, I just wasn't sure.
Hello and welcome back. Today, another tip from a friend of the channel, Mike. Mr. Thrive and Survive. And boy, is he talking a load of balls. So big thanks for that, Mike, and massive thanks as well to all my patrons. With massive thanks also very much. So after all the kerfuffle about the Black Swan, what has Mr. Thrive and Survive come up with? He's come up with a right load of balls that he believes is a lunar Black Swan, and it's going to destroy NASA. We'll see about that. Roll VT.
Hello everyone, Mr. Thrive and Survive, April 6, 2020. I am very excited to bring this to you. Many of you have probably seen this if you have subscribed to Mike Ball's channel.
So Mike Balls is talking balls as well then, Rich.
Mike Ball is a good friend of mine. We do observations together because the other side is highly upset already with this, and that's a good sign, isn't it?
Not so much highly upset, Rich, as highly amused at your stupidity.
Isn't it amazing how we are the ones actually doing the science? We're the ones doing the observation.
I've done science, I've done cheese experiments, and just observing something and making crap up is not science.
And yet we're the ones told that we are anti-science. We're ignorant. We don't know anything.
Well, be my guest. Show us all how you're not ignorant.
And just listen to just 3 of the things that are wrong with the heliocentric model that can be shown just by this one observation.
Oh, good. 3 things. And let's see if we can debunk them at the end.
Now, to set this up, as Mike says here in the title, 1 ball, 1 light source. It's the same light source for both the moon and anything else. And the observations that we see should match 100%. What we see with the moon and any large ball we see on the Earth should match.
Can you see where this is going? Can you?
This right here is a Doppler radar unit, and I have a much better photograph of this that I need to dig out and show you guys that will show one of the things that absolutely proves that the light of the moon is its own light. It is not reflected light.
Okay, so you are going to now prove that the moon shines on its own.
And we're going to see that. And that's not pointed out directly in this video, but Mike, I think, has introduced what I call the lunar black swan, or the moon's black swan event.
And what I like to call a feeble lack of understanding of basic geometry.
And there's the swan poking a hole in the NASA model of what we should see. So
I don't know why you flirts are so scared of NASA. You know, NASA only began in 1958. Do you think nobody thought the moon was a sphere before then?
This is the Doppler radar that he took. We actually stood right next to this. This is what we were going to use in one of our actual to scale, 1/92 millionth scale of the sun and moon and the angles. But let me pause it right there. There you see, there's the moon.
Careful, you don't want to hit it with your pointer.
And the first thing I noticed, which according to Mike is not the biggest deal, is that the angles don't match. And the other side freaked out and said, yeah, nice try, Mike.
Yeah, nice try, Mike.
What you did was you tilted the camera so that the angles didn't match. As you can see here, and he will blow it up, they absolutely do not match.
Believe me, they do match. If you have 1 light source and 2 spheres, they're going to be lit exactly the same, 50% of the sphere.
If there's any tilt whatsoever, it's actually tilted towards the ball side of the equation here. But that, again, it doesn't matter.
You're right, Rich. It doesn't matter. All that matters is the angle that you're looking at the sphere.
It doesn't matter because we're going to go out there and we're going to film ourselves filming this, and he's going to have it on a tripod, so there is going to be no tilting, and you will know 100% that what you see on the camera lens is actually what we recorded.
Well, I'm quite happy with the images that you got. There's nothing wrong with them.
Again, these two should match. Even this right here should tell you, unless you're on a very small device looking at this, they absolutely do not match.
I don't know what you mean, they don't match. They're not going to look the same because you're looking at them from different angles.
And let me just run it through a little bit here, and then we're going to look at the differences. So there's the moon during the day, all right, taking the exact same time. You can see the angles are definitely different.
Are you sure you don't want to just take this video down, Rich?
And what Mike likes to point out is the amount of the ball that's covered is different.
No, 50% of each sphere is lit. You're just, as I said, looking from different angles. It's not difficult.
I would have never actually even thought about that, but that's true.
You wouldn't have even thought about it. I thought that was the point of your observation.
And then you have people, well, if you're on the right angle, it would be the same. I don't think so, but...
But you'll go with this crap anyway.
Look at the angle here. Look at the angle here. But here's something I want to point out. Let me get to it here. So what he's done is he's applied that angle over here.
Amazing.
Not quite a match. And again...
Simple geometry baffles you.
Yes, we don't have the necessary controls yet to prove this, but we will, folks.
The only thing you need to do is walk over towards that radar sphere so that when you look up in the sky, it appears near the moon, and you will find that it's lit up exactly the same.
And this is going to absolutely, as he says here, nonsense. It's going to absolutely knock out the heliocentric, it's lit up by the sun model. It's close.
It's not close. If you understood simple geometry and stood in the right place, you'll find it's exact.
It's close to being what the sun would be lighting up, but not quite. No cigar. But here's what I want to point out. A third problem. You've got the angle. You've got the amount of the ball that's covered. And then here is the ultimate, no doubt about it, in-your-face proof.
That you shouldn't be allowed near teaspoons.
That
See how it changed the angles of the
moon
sun
is self-illuminated. It is not reflecting sunlight, and it is not a ball.
Oh my word. I don't understand trigonometry that well, but even I can.
And how can we tell that? Very simply, look at the left side here. Do you see the hot spot?
Yep, the specular highlight.
Yeah.
And as you go away from the hot spot, it tapers off. Here's a very good taper right here. The red inner circle, and I know this isn't perfect because I'm not high enough on the ball at this time.
No, I accept there's a specular highlight.
The brightest spot in the red, and again, this could be moved up a little bit.
I think the
my artwork
best
can't
ever
go
one
3D,
example of that was
not with my skill.
the
Then you
specular
have this,
highlight
which
being
isn't quite
reflected off
as
the top of
light.
D
And then you
Marble's
have the
head.
first blue line, and that demarks where you really start to get a difference. Can you see the difference between this blue, these two blue lines and the blue
I
and
guess
the
he
orange
failed
line
at
here?
maths.
Significant difference.
You don't need to labour the point. It's a specular highlight, yes.
So this is what you see everywhere when you have a 3D light source or a ball that has reflected light.
You do realise that everything you see is reflected light.
Whereas the moon, you don't have that whatsoever. Now I'm adding this in post-production. I really want to ask the question from people on the other side. What is it you don't get about this observation?
Nothing. What
Well,
I
there's
don't
plenty
get
of answers
is
in
the
this.
pathetic conclusions you've drawn from it.
Always, there is no exception. If you have a ball that is reflecting light from a light source, you always get this diminished brightness as you get away from the center of where the light source is.
Are you sure about that, me old China?
We do not have that with the moon at all. None of it. All around the edges of the moon, it should be getting darker and darker. We don't get that.
No, I guess we don't.
How can you explain that? How can you hold on to NASA telling you that it is a ball that is reflecting sunlight when it goes against 100% of the observations we have of any object whatsoever?
Well, in a minute, I'll do better than explain it. I'll demonstrate it.
That is a 3D ball reflecting light. I'd really like to hear that answer.
Well, pull up your big boy's pants and I'll show you.
So let's take a look at it side by side. Where is the hot spot? Where does it taper off? So this is really the black swan event of a moon. It really is.
Okay, Rich, now is time
So you
for
don't
my
think the moon
science
and that radar is made
demonstration
of
thing.
materials?
Okay,
just
Mr.
saying.
Thrive and Survive. We got one light source, a bloody great ball of gas 93 million miles away. And on top of a pole, we got balanced a tennis ball. I think it's a pretty close match for the phase of the moon that you are showing. If anything, even less of it is lit. And also, on the floor, at a different angle, we got another tennis ball. The shading on that is totally different, purely because of the angle we're looking at it. So that's about, I don't know, about a quarter lit. That is at least a half getting on for 3/4 lit. That's all it is, simple geometry. Well, I think that just about wraps it up for your lunar black swan, doesn't it, Rich? You can see the two balls are lit up totally differently, but each one is 50% lit. So the only other thing to disabuse you of is your specular highlight crap. As for your rubbish about the way a sphere is lit, I know this rock isn't a perfect sphere, but it's very curvy. There's no highlight because of the material. If that was made of shiny metal or plastic, then yes, you would get a specular highlight. But it's rock, and the moon is dust and rock. It doesn't reflect like that.
If you have a ball that is reflecting light from a light source, you always get this diminished brightness as you get away from the center of where the light
He would be
source
good
is.
as a photographer,
Always, there
would he,
is no
Alan?
exception.
No.
Always, there is no exception. Always, there is no exception.
Of course, there are
needs to
objects that give
your shows,
specular
Alan.
highlights. That'll be those with more reflective and shiny surfaces. You complete an utter twonk.
It is the black swan of the moon.
It really isn't. I think that NASA and the spherical moon are quite safe.
Praise God for all the things you reveal to us, Lord.
Yes, thank you, Lord, for revealing that Mr. Thrive and Survive would probably injure himself eating marshmallows. Until next time, stay sensible.
Strive and connive.
And sit down.
Lion connive.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he definitely failed at his maths in school.
Failed at everything.
Yeah. Can someone please tell me why this is different? Angle. What? Angle.
And yet somehow he still got in the Navy.
It's not hard. Look, the sun is up there. Yeah, it's hitting down here because it's coming straight line. Yeah. Where the hell's the moon? Look, it's miles up there, mate. Of course it's gonna be different. Duh. What's hard? Take a photography lesson, mate. Sorry. It's just someone needs to send Alan's link to him. What the hell's this about? Light? Where's cameras? Yeah, light. That's what makes cameras work. You can't take a picture in the pitch dark, mate, with no light. Listen and understand how light works. Sorry, no, I'll shut up.
Time for another vote, I think, on that note.
But this time it should be vote.
It's only got two left. A or B?
4.
Nobody's falling for the.
Well, you didn't wait long enough.
No.
I get bored.
Two B's or not to be? That is the question.
That is a pencil.
A?
Z.
Z?
That deserves a timeout, doesn't it? Z?
To be
No.
or not to
Baba.
be. That
Baba's
is a logical captain.
Alpha. Okay, it looks like Alpha wins then. Oh, bugger. Terry, somebody would need to type the stop voting thing because it's got a spasm in my arms. No keyboarding working will do.
Okay. What one? B.
Alpha. B.
Oh,
A. A.
A.
A is for alpha.
A.
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 A. A.
Alpha Bravo.
Foxtrot Oscar.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh no.
What? Mippet just timed out Andrea.
Yeah, Andrea did ask
She
her
asked
to.
me to. The minute she knew it was
Repeatedly.
Anton, she said, "Time me out, please." So I just obliged.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Andrea.
Well, when people repeatedly ask for a mod to time them out,
not sorry at all.
Yeah, I see no problem with that. Done it myself.
Press play, please, Terry.
I was just timing out SE because he said he hadn't been timed out for a while.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video we're going to be talking about a discovery of a very unusual planet in a very strange location, and once again completely by accident. Let's talk about the discovery of this planet right here, and welcome to What the Math. To date, we've discovered quite a lot of different planets, and a lot of them were discovered in a more or less known method to us by looking at the shadow of the planet pass in front of its star. But there are so many different unique methods of discovering planets that sometimes when we discover a planet in a very specific way, I actually have to talk about it, mostly because it's so unique and so rare. One of such methods is the so-called gravitational lensing methods, and this has to be my favorite. Now okay, imagine for a second you looking at the night skies and you basically see something like this. A sudden unusual flash in the night skies. Or maybe something like this. Another flash very similar to the one I just showed you. And today we usually refer to these as gravitational lenses, mostly because that's how they're formed. These are lensing effects formed by something gravitationally intense right sort of in front of the object. In most cases, we often talk about these when they're formed by really massive galaxies, for example, but they're also formed by other objects like stars and obviously planets. And the thing is, if a normal person just sees this, they'll think, oh, this is great, looks amazing, very cool. But it takes a special kind of scientist to actually look at this flash and use the few seconds or few minutes of exposure here to try to analyze what possibly caused this. And this is exactly what the scientists behind the study did. And I personally often am fascinated with these gravitational lensing studies, mostly because of what these scientists discovered at the end and how extremely accurate their analysis is in terms of discovering what specifically caused these effects. So obviously, as you can probably tell from the title of this video, they discovered a planet, but not just any planet. A very interesting super-Earth, the smallest planet discovered using gravitational lensing so far, and also in a location extremely close to the center of our own galaxy. So we're actually talking about the region right in the middle of the galaxy known as the galactic bulge. This particular discovery came from possibly within about 1,000 light years or so of the center of the galaxy, which is roughly around 26,000 light years away from where we are. Basically, if we were to look at the galaxy from the top, Earth is right there on the bottom, and this particular planet was somewhere within the bulge itself. And obviously this is actually the only planet we've discovered so far in this particular region in the center of the galaxy. And to achieve all of this, the scientists had to use a relatively well-established and actually kind of old experiment known as OGLE, the so-called optical gravitational lensing experiment. For this particular discovery, they actually used the telescopes, one of many telescopes located right here in Chile. Now Chile, for some reason, I guess because it has so many mountains and clear skies, is a very popular destination for a lot of astronomers. And I actually had to cheat a little bit to find this particular observatory because there are so many observatories in this region. So it's right here, it's called La Campanas Observatory, and basically here several different projects are ran by several different countries, including Poland, which originally started OGLE experiment, and South Korea that joined in with a lot of different telescopes around the world. The observatory itself is not really that complicated, but its mission is basically to look into the night skies and to try to discover as many lensing effects as it can. And it's been doing a pretty good job because pretty much every single year it discovers roughly around 3,000 different lensing effects, although pretty much most of them, if not all of them every year, are from typical stars passing in front of other stars. Basically, in our galaxy, we expect this to be a relatively rare event. Roughly around 1 in every 1 million stars will experience a gravitational lensing effect every year. But because there are so many stars out there, we get to see quite a lot of them in total. But the much more rare event here would be, of course, to not just see any star, but to see a star where a planet is passing in front of the star or possibly behind the star at just the right moment when the gravitational lensing effect occurs. So basically right here. Now this is an extremely rare event. It almost never happens. We've only gotten these because we got super lucky. And today, because the observations are so precise, using these gravitational lensing observations, we can then actually use the amount of lensing effect to not just estimate, but precisely calculate what precisely caused the lensing effect to occur. And this is what the paper is about. The scientists were observing this particular star for about 5 days. And during that 5-day observation window, for about 5 hours, they were able to observe something unusual causing another microlens within the bigger lens, which allowed the scientists to then estimate the mass of the star, the approximate distance to the star, and of course the approximate mass of the planet, with a very accurate sort of representation of what the star system might look like. And the important thing to understand here is that we cannot even see the star at all, because it's so small and so dim in comparison to anything else around it. Basically, the star itself is what's known as a red dwarf. To give you a kind of a comparison here, it's kind of like if I were to look at the bulge from this distance, which is roughly around the same as it is in reality, and then trying to basically look in the middle right there, which we can sort of do by zooming in here a little bit, and then essentially somewhere in here we're trying to find one single star that is practically invisible because it's so extremely dim. A red dwarf is much dimmer than any other star similar to our Sun, for example. And if we were to look at the nearest such star to us, which is Proxima Centauri, you would actually still have trouble seeing it. You would have to zoom in quite a lot in order to finally be able to actually see the star itself, which is somewhere right there. There it is. So these are dim stars, but seeing this from a distance of 26,000 light years is absolutely mind-blowing. And all of this was achieved through the beautiful effect known as microlensing. Now, this in itself is already a great achievement, but just the fact that this happened completely by accident when we were looking at this for about 5 days, and also just the fact that this is in the middle of the galaxy where we've never seen planets before, and on top of this, this planet is only a little bit more massive than Earth. Basically, this is the smallest planet we've discovered with this method, already makes this an incredible achievement. And so let's actually try to recreate what the scientists saw here with the gravitational lensing effect using their parameters. In other words, let's recreate the star system. So the star itself is actually very similar to nearby Proxima Centauri. It's roughly around 12% the mass of the Sun, so if I were to place the Sun next to it, it would sort of look like this. A much smaller star, but also a star that's going to live for about a few trillion years. But these are the most common stars in the galaxy, so that in itself is not a surprise. What is unusual about it though is that the planet orbiting around it, which in this particular simulation is going to look kind of like this, mostly because it's a really cold planet, is approximately 4 masses of Earth, suggesting that this is actually what's known as a super-Earth. So we don't really know if it's a gas world, but it's more likely to be a somewhat unusual, somewhat large ice-like world, ice planet, with somewhat similar conditions to maybe Neptune or maybe Earth. And these planets and also these star systems are obviously a mystery to us. We always are really interested to find out what happens around these red dwarf stars. But the problem in this star system is that the planet is really far away. If you were to actually look at the habitable zone of this system, it's very far in the middle. So this is basically where you would expect any liquid water to exist. If we were to compare this to the solar system, this is essentially kind of where, I guess, Uranus and Neptune are. The single year here takes about 617 days, and the temperatures here are probably really cold. But because this planet is much more massive, and because we know that M-type stars often have many different Earth-like planets, there are probably a lot more planets closer to the center, and some of them could potentially host liquid water. But we can't really know for sure, and the thing is, it's very likely we'll never really see anything about this star ever again, for a very simple reason. These events normally only happen once, because basically here, a star in the background has to align with the star in front in a very specific location pointing directly at Earth. This is such an extremely rare event. And because the star is so dim to begin with, meaning that because it's an M-type star, we're not going to be seeing this with our telescope, or any telescopes that we have in the future, probably ever. It's just a little bit too dim and too small to be seen. In other words, this is probably, maybe, the only time we'll ever hear about this planetary system. But it's still an important discovery because basically it confirms that M-type stars can definitely have relatively large and relatively massive planets, a lot more massive than a typical Earth-like planet, specifically a super-Earth. And more importantly, they can be really far away from the star itself. at a distance where you would not really expect these massive and large planets to exist. But in this case, it seems to exist, and it seems to do just fine. But because the telescopes in this region, specifically the Korean telescopes, are actually equipped to look at approximately 100 million different stars and to try to calculate their light and their luminosity every 15 minutes, it's not going to be long before we discover more unusual planets somewhere out there and more incredible discoveries using this gravitational lensing technique. So basically, when it comes to discovering unusual, strange planets using very, very unique techniques, technically this is the golden age. We're getting better and better at it, and we're discovering more and more unusual objects we never thought would be possible. But unfortunately, in case of this particular planet, that is probably all we're ever going to learn about it. We'll definitely discover more super-Earths around M-type dwarfs because they do seem to exist, and they don't seem to be too difficult to detect, so it will be only a matter of time before we find a very good technique to find these planets. But for now, it's just a really crazy discovery. Just the fact that it's in the middle of the galaxy, so far away from us, and it's a planet that we don't typically see around M-type stars. So in other words, the scientists got super lucky in seeing this system and in seeing this planet. But I guess until we discover more unusual planets, that's kind of it. You can check out more about this in the paper in the description below. And if you've enjoyed this video, don't forget to subscribe, share this with someone who loves learning more about space and sciences, and possibly come back tomorrow to learn something you may have not known before. Consider supporting this channel on Patreon, it does help me quite a lot. Alternatively, you can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt that you can also find in the description below. I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Goodbye, wonderful person.
Amazing that. The more we look through telescopes into outer space, the more we see.
Yeah, it's incredible what you can find when you look for things.
Is that because the telescopes are getting better, or we're just got...
You know, it amazes me though. I mean, like, it's still, even now, I still have to kind of like think about it. Is like, if you think about a single light year, is an incredibly vast distance.
Yeah.
That's just one light year. But then you talk about hundreds of thousands or millions of light years. It just blows your mind. It's almost inconceivable, the kind of vast distances you're talking about when you're talking about millions of light years away, when they're studying, you know, other galaxies and stars and things like that. It just blows my mind, honestly. It really does. Still does even today.
It's 16 billion 900 and something odd million miles an hour. I can't remember if it's miles an hour or miles a second. But it's
space is
fast.
big.
Yeah.
Really big.
Really freaking big.
You just won't believe how vastly, hugely, mind-bogglingly big it is.
Can you imagine a track day in space? Yeah, I'll pay you a tenner for that.
I mean, you may think it's a long way down the road to the chemist, but that's just peanuts to space.
That's not a pinprick on the sun.
I thought it was appropriate to have a hitchhiker's quote in there.
Oh, was that in the Hitchhikers? Was it? Oh, right,
that was Hitchhikers. That's when it's on about. That's when the guide starts talking about how big space is. It's big.
It's big.
Oh,
really big.
There's a YouTube video out there, and what the creator did was he did like a zoom out from the sun and on the video at what was supposed to be light speed. And I think he got as far as Jupiter, I think, but the video was getting too long, and that's a light speed.
Yeah.
The video was getting up like something like 20 minutes, and it's kind of like, no, after that, it just even the outer planets is going to take too long to get there to do this video. Yeah, and that's, you know, that you couldn't even complete the solar system. So you can imagine, you know, sort of like between here and our nearest star, and then, you know, even the outer reaches of the known universe that we can actually see. You know,
it's just mind blowing. I love it. I like big numbers.
I don't know why, because I mean, you know, especially flat earthers and religious people, they you know, they feel insignificant in that. But I think that insignificant is a humbling thing, and I think it's a good thing to be humbled. You know, and religious people are always talking about how it's humbling yourself. And I am actually quite humbled, you know, that we're a tiny, tiny, minuscule speck in a vast, vast universe that's just incomprehensible to understand or to see.
Yeah. when someone doesn't understand scale, I start with the ant thing. I say, well, imagine what you can't see on a flat plane. Yeah. On a field, you got out to the horizon all the way around. Yeah. I said, imagine what if you're in an ant. They're not going to see much, are they? He went, no. I said, imagine if you're an elephant. Yeah. And let's imagine if you're a giraffe. And I said, imagine you're standing on Mount Everest. That's scale. Yeah. And you see them, and the cogs are going click, snick, bang, crunch, 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 crunch. Don't understand. No comprehension. They're still thinking about the ant.
Yeah, I've used putting an ant in the middle of in the middle of a football pitch. You know, to the ant, that football pitch is going to be space. You know, it's going to be vast, isn't it? That's the size of his Earth, let alone the size of, say, I know, the United Kingdom for an ant. You know, that's the bloody universe to it. Yeah. You know, that's what he's called scale. I got I think it was Simon Dan or the Conspiracy Cats actually worked it out for me, and I can't remember what it was. So I said, right, if you scaled down a human being to the size of an ant, right, what would the size of the Earth be in the scale of the ant? I can't remember what it was, but it was something like about 20 kilometers. something like that. I could be completely wrong, but I can't remember what he actually said. I wish I'd wrote it down and recorded it, but I forgot what he actually said. I was going to make a video, but I never did about it.
Interesting question. I'm going to Google that.
See, I wonder if somebody could do the math. Scale down a human being to the size of an ant. What would be the circumference of the Earth on that scale? So who's got the math skills to do that? So say, for instance, an ant is about, what, say 3 millimeters for an ant or something like
So
that?
42.
42 nippet, yeah, exactly.
Yep. 42.
42 the answer to everything, isn't it?
Sorry. 3 divided by 1/800 is. No, it's actually a scaling of roughly 10.
Right.
So circumference of the Earth is 40,010.
Oh, kilometers.
Kilometers.
I'll do it in miles, which is 24,900.
Divide that by 10, so that's 4,000. So the circumference of the Earth would become 4,000 kilometers.
Oh, blimey! 4,000 kilometers.
The scale of 10. An ant is more than 10 times smaller.
But I'm 1,800 millimeters tall, and an ant is 3 millimeters tall. So 3 over 1,800 is 10 point something. 3 divide 1,800. Oh, 3 divide 1,800 is.
Umniskropnich. Blah 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 blah.
I did it the other way so that I would divide by. I did 1,800 divided by 3. Oh, that's 600. How did I do that wrong? Sorry, that's 600. It is 600. So 40, 10 divided by 600. Oh, that's 66 kilometers then. The circumference.
There you go. To an ant. There you go.
So what's up next, Terry?
I've got one left.
What if we were the size of an atom? Well, that'd take us forever to get to the corner shop.
Take a lifetime.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah. You know, Mad, you know why it'd take you so long to get there?
Why is that?
Because if you're the size of the atom, you wouldn't have any legs.
No.
Boom boom.
You wouldn't have to go there, Mad, because if you're the size of an atom, you'd be everywhere at once.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, but would you remember when you got to the shop? what you wanted when you got there.
Well, if you're an atom, you wouldn't need anything, would you? You certainly wouldn't need cheese or ham or
Well,
sweet.
you've got to have cheese.
Well,
everybody's got to have cheese.
Yeah. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do you know science?
Your wave function would determine the probability of you being at the shop.
Yeah, but you're just getting clever now.
God, this is getting silly. This is really getting silly.
Mute yourselves. Terry, press play, please.
But you'd have to have someone to observe you to collapse your wave function.
I'll collapse you, I tell you. Terry, please press play.
What about the Doppler shift?
Shh.
The shop keeps getting further away because of the expansion of space-time.
Exactly. You never get there.
I was right.
Terry, mute the lot of them, please.
Somebody please shoot me.
Safe now.
That could be arranged.
Safe yet?
Yes, Terry, please.
Back in a previous Flat Earth Fail compilation, we looked at Multi Tom Tom, who thought that he had found the back of the sun.
As you can see, that black spot in the sky, that is the real sun.
Well, today we're going to be taking a look at one of his longer videos where he thinks that Polaris proves a flat Earth. This should be interesting.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Coffee.
Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, I want to say a huge thank you to the sponsors of today's video, Surfshark VPN. Surfshark is a VPN that makes online privacy protection easy and attainable, encrypting all internet remains hidden, malware and phishing simultaneously. The internet knows a lot about why we should care about our online data. Use Surf. Nobody can see the data. The theft is an increasingly common and scary crime. Passwords are compromised. HackLock scans any action if needed. Click on the link in the Simon Dan to get a massive today's video, which I might add was voted for by my patrons in the monthly poll to see which video I'm going to take a look at each month. If you want to have a look at that, I'll leave the link for that in the description as well. There's plenty of rewards up for grabs. Please do take a look. Right then, back to Multi Tom Tom and his curious claim that Polaris proves a flat Earth. Let's really try with this one, guys. Come on. Multi Tom Tom, away you go.
Wrong.
Now, there are some idiots going around the internet claiming that the angles to Polaris proves a basketball Earth.
Bit of a harsh start, but okay. Well, it actually does that, but a little bit more on that later.
Au contraire, mon ami.
From the basketball.
Actually, it proves the opposite. It proves a flat Earth.
Oh, does it now? This better be good.
And I will show towards the end of the under this video how it works on a flat Earth and doesn't on a ball Earth.
Excellent. Can't wait.
They claim that the first person to create a globe and then incorporate parallels and meridians was Eratosthenes. Yeah, that's right, that guy who measured the distance to the sun and the circumference of the Earth using 2 sticks on the ground.
Well, the distance to the sun one isn't entirely true. Aristarchus first did that in around 250 BC, but Eratosthenes certainly was the first person to come up with a pretty good value for the Earth's circumference.
It says he created the first global projection of the world, incorporating longitudes and latitudes. No, he did not. All he did was create a perfect sphere and divided it equally. He knew that a circle must equal 360 degrees.
Well, if the planet you live on is a sphere, you know, you kind of need to use the maths associated with one.
Just listen to this entry in Wikipedia. Eratosthenes' method to calculate the Earth's circumference has been lost. What has been preserved is the simplified version described by Cleomedes to popularize the discovery. And look at the diagram on the right. Underneath, the caption reads, "Measure of Earth circumference according to Cleomedes' simplified version, based on the wrong assumption that Syene is on the Tropic of Cancer and on the same meridian as Alexandria."
Syene is now known as Aswan and sits at a latitude of 24 degrees north. The Tropic of Cancer is 23.5 degrees north. That equates to about 30 miles, so not really a huge difference. Also, Alexandria is at 29.9 degrees east and Aswan at 32.2 degrees east. So still not a huge gap if we're talking about the meridian line. But let's remember, Eratosthenes did not get the exact value for the circumference of the Earth. He was slightly out. To find a city that sits exactly on the Tropic of Cancer and then another one that's relatively close on its exact meridian, back then would have been almost impossible. Eratosthenes used what he had to work with and did a bloody good job as well.
Am I reading Martian or is it English?
Shouldn't that be Martian or Earthish?
It's crystal clear that Eratosthenes is bollocks. I don't think he even existed.
Is it though? I've just explained why it's not multi-tom-tom. Also, that's very rude.
Cleomedes assumes that the distance between Syene and Alexandria was 5,000 stadia. He assumes the simplified but false hypothesis that
no,
Syene
it was measured, it was paced
was
out.
precisely on the Tropic of Cancer.
Yes, we've talked about that. Let's move on to his next point, which regards the evidence for Eratosthenes' experiment ever happening.
That is a contradiction because under the heading Works, the last paragraph, the last sentence reads, "Unfortunately, there are only fragments left of his works after the destruction of the Library of Alexandria." So how the f do you know he did anything?
So people don't talk then, multi-tom-tom. He absolutely existed and he absolutely did an experiment to try and find the value for the circumference of the Earth. Work remained, people did comment on it. It's not hard to imagine how that experiment remained popular with those sorts of thinkers back then.
This is all bollocks. It's like when you research Pythagoras or Aristarchus or Hipparchus, they make a disclaimer at the end saying none of their written work exists. So these characters could all be made up.
Yeah, let's make up a guy called Pythagoras and then let's make up a theorem about triangles and name it after the guy that we just made up. Sounds legit.
This map shows the known world at the time of Eratosthenes. You can see Europe, the Mediterranean Sea, and Northern Africa with Arabia, and the furthest east they'd go is India. So what Eratosthenes did was not really scientific because he didn't know anything about the world that he lived in at the time.
Well, he obviously did. He knew how it looked as per the map you are showing, and he would have known that if he stood at the shore at Alexandria, he would not have been able to see Turkey or Greece. And he probably thought, I wonder what shape I'm living on if I can't see that far. And then, being an inquisitive guy, he probably thought, I wonder how big that shape is that I'm living on. It's really not that hard to imagine.
It wasn't until the invention of the sextant that real oceanic exploration began. This is Sir Edmund Halley, yes, he of the Halley's Comet.
Seen that one, haven't I? Oh.
He was a member of the Royal Society and later to become the second Astronomer Royal after John Flamsteed. Halley is credited with charting many stars in the Southern Hemisphere.
What was that?
Many stars in the Southern Hemisphere.
Just checking.
And this gave the British Navy an edge, because up until the invention of the gyro compass, they used star charts for oceanic navigation. So with this new Southern Hemisphere star chart, the British began to have an edge over the others, and this is how the British Empire came to be.
Well, it's a bit more complicated than that, but okay. Still funny that he's saying Southern Hemisphere without blinking.
They quickly had dominance over the ocean, and they charted passage to New Zealand and Australia. So the British had the edge.
Sorry, what does this actually have to do with anything? Is he building up to some massive reveal here?
And don't forget their patriotic song. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. Sir Edmund Halley has been credited with doing much work on longitudes. But the problem was that he believed the Earth was a basketball. Now, the ball Earth Decepticons will use a diagram similar to this to deceive you, because they will use the red lines and present it as angles to Polaris, but of course that is wrong.
No, it's not. Wherever you are in the Northern Hemisphere, Polaris will appear to be at a certain angle in the sky. That angle will always match the exact latitude of your location on Earth. I'm based at around 50 degrees north, and guess what? The angle to Polaris is at my location. There is only one geometric shape where this is possible. You've guessed it, a sphere.
Because as you move further away, the star should lower towards the horizon.
Exactly. The further south you go, the lower it will appear in the sky.
As shown by the green line. So, this can only happen on a flat Earth.
Okay, but should it not always be visible on a flat Earth? In South Africa, for example?
If the Earth was a basketball, then as you move towards the equator, the star will be obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. So from the equator, the most you would see would be up to point B.
Hang on, has he just switched sides? Multi-Tom-Tom, you can't see Polaris in the Southern Hemisphere because of that very reason. You've just debunked yourself, buddy.
It would be impossible to see Polaris from near the equator. It can only happen on a flat Earth.
And also, if you're talking about the equator, shouldn't it be the lower green line on your diagram?
So we have to expose the globe lies. The Earth is flat and stationary.
Round of applause everyone for Multi-Tom-Tom, who has literally shown that you can't see Polaris in the Southern Hemisphere because of the fact the Earth is a sphere. Wow, what a turn up for the books. Wasn't expecting that one. Dear oh dear. Right, that wraps up another Flat Earth Friday. I've got a little bit of good news for those who liked the Round 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 song. Well, the two brothers from Wolf Brothers Cinema have finally released a full version of it, and they hope that it will make you smile and bring a little bit of joy to your isolation. Just click on the link in the description to get the full song, the instrumental and the ringtone that you often see in my videos. Right, just enough time again to once again thank Surfshark for sponsoring today's video. Again, please visit surfshark.deals/SimonDan and use my code SimonDan to get 85% off and 3 months extra free. Thank you all very much for watching today. If you enjoyed it, then please do like and subscribe. I've been SimonDan. Have yourselves a great weekend, and I'll see you all on Tuesday for a bit of old Jeranism. See you then. Back in a...
Silence is golden.
Another flat earther proving the globe again. Oh, how very convenient. That's good.
Yeah.
Thanks, multi-dim-dim.
Good old multi-tomtit. Here's a pillock.
Tomtit. Multi-tomtit. I haven't heard that one.
I always call him that, multi-tomtit.
No, I just call him dim-dim.
So the southern hemisphere. Okay.
I've just found some amazing documents online.
And I've just been reading them.
Very
it's
interesting.
It's
incredible what a little bit of research will do, and the video that shows the example in the museum. It's clever.
And I've been learning about anodized aluminium as well, and the thermal properties that just so happens that anodized aluminium was what the Hasselblad camera is made of.
Certain members of this community who might enjoy two-wheel transportation are quite familiar with the wonderful effects of anodizing stuff.
Oh, yes.
And how pretty it can look, and how how
simple process to do at home.
Yeah, we just attach it to a battery, I suppose, do you, or something? I don't know.
Battery charger.
Battery charger. Yeah.
Or
I mean, I haven't actually done it myself yet, but one of these days I'll probably have a bit of a play with it.
Yeah, that's quite cool.
And how does it?
You can
Farmers
colour
Boy,
it.
you could probably explain it better than I can. How does that affect the thermal properties of a metal once it's been anodized?
I don't know. Actually, I'd have to look into that.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it helps.
Regarding heat
I
transfer,
might have a bit of a crack at that one. I'm sure I'll get it partially right.
Yeah, go on, Peter.
So, when you've got raw aluminium, it's got a melting point of around about 666 degrees, as in a few hundred. Yeah, there it is. It's around about there. However, when you try to melt aluminium, the external layers that have been affected by oxygen, so where it's where it started to oxidize, to melt that is a lot higher. It's up around about the
Peter,
900 degrees.
Throw something in with it, so it
Well,
with the
so
process.
that's not anodizing. That's just normal raw aluminium.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when they anodize it, now my belief is that, like Mad said, they add is it a salt or something along those lines?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, depending on the salt that they add, depends on the coating that goes on top of the aluminium, which raises that temperature even higher.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So essentially, no cooling required inside the camera, or no heating required inside the camera, for that matter.
Yeah. So, like RSQ said, it by anodizing it stops the oxidization process. However, it lifts the thermal properties of the aluminium itself.
Nice.
There you go.
Basically, you're tempering it, I guess, to a different grade.
No. Yeah.
You know?
Kind of.
Yeah. Sort of.
Nitric acid does sound right, Colin.
It kind of doesn't it? It kind of Mad B. Kind of doesn't it prime it as well, so you can coat it, you paint it as well. Doesn't it?
Oh yeah, you can paint anodized, but
to
you don't need to, because the anodized layer will protect the aluminium.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, because I mean, like anything like coloured metal that you might buy and stuff like that, it's all been anodized, so that they can colour it.
They put it in the process at the end.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah, and then it takes to the color whatever you put, whatever dye you use. They'll actually, yeah, and then they set that dye on it so it doesn't come off. Well, good processors do anyways. Cheaper ones, they don't set them properly. That's why they rub off. But yeah, that's just added at the end. Ooh. That killed it.
Yeah.
Speaking of anodize, press play.
Got a video, yeah?
What we've got? Get your butt off my face.
Oh, yes, please.
Yes,
Is that
please.
is a Pip story? Yes, please.
Don't they want to vote for it?
Hands up for Pip stories.
I think it's the only one left, isn't it?
Yeah.
We'll see if we get a yay or nay out in the peanuts gallery.
I think it's going to be unanimous, actually.
You think?
I've only just noticed Pip's avatar.
Well, we got 30
all I've been
odd people.
staring at.
We've got 30 odd people watching, so out of that 30, we should get a few yeses.
Okay, Casual, I'll move over. You can stare now.
Isn't that what you say though? Isn't it, Mabby? I feel so violated. Do it again.
We've only got one thumb up, so that's not enough to verify to play a Pip story.
They're not listening. Okay, everyone in the side chat, in the peanut gallery, would you like to hear Pip's story?
Do a Pip! Do a Pip!
Hey, Farmer, you don't count.
Oh, he's
So,
listening.
I still want to hear it.
Yeah, but you don't
Let's get
count.
everything, gently says.
Oh,
Yep.
We've got thumbs up and hands up and yes to everything and
stick
yeah.
any
Yes,
appendage.
please.
Stick any appendage up. It doesn't matter if it's your hand or your thumb.
Oh,
That's
God, no,
right.
don't say
Or
that,
something
Pete.
Yeah. We're going to get
Picking
cakes and
appendages up
potato
things
chips.
can be exciting.
What about potato chips? Anyone got a potato chip?
Terry did say anything. Terry did say any appendage, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, no. You see,
Yes,
that's
I
what I
did.
knew Peter was going to say something like that. So, no, Peter.
Terry, can
Don't
I
do it,
can I
Peter.
It's
Can
too
I-
late. It's done.
can I place a chocolate hobnob?
Well, if
And
you've
so
got,
did Dora.
have you got an emoji for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm eating it now.
Oh, an aubergine. I can cope with that.
Oh, you know what that is, don't you?
Or you mean what it represents? You mean that's what you mean?
Easy.
I think that's unanimous, Terry.
Yeah, I think that's pretty unanimous.
You think?
Yeah, just definitely.
I noticed there is a couple of peanuts out in the gallery that don't seem to like to play along.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Don't forget to hit the like button.
And Nonsec put his middle finger up. That's a bit
Oh,
rude.
that's for John Rapp.
It's an appendage.
Yeah, no, that's for John Rapp. That's a sign of affection for John Rapp.
Rainery found his peanut.
Wow, that was clever.
Oh, look out, Essie and Sean Hawkins are having a conversation. Oh, we'll just ignore that.
Oh, I missed that completely.
That's good.
Wasn't paying attention. Go Pip. Please press play, Terry.
Yes, it's happening. I wanted to hear Casual say it, but he's busy.
Can you press play, please, Terry?
Okay. Oh, can't hear it.
The flushing we will
Get
go.
your butt off my
On the left.
face. When I go to bed at night with you laying by my side, I look at the stars and moon and hope I'll be asleep soon. I'm dreaming I'm inside a cloud. I feel so blessed and full of grace. Then I hear a meow so loud. and see your butt on top my face. I decide to get up and go to work because I need to earn some dough to buy you another expensive toy that I'm pretty sure that you will destroy. When I return home through the front door, I want to pet you till you say no more, then caress your fluffy belly and finally sit in front of the telly. But the look on your face says you're upset. If I tried to pet you, you'd bite me, I bet. You turn your back and show me your bum. I suppose that's kind of a cat's welcome. I then realise the house is a mess. You've been partying all day, I guess. There's cat hair everywhere, even on my fresh underwear. You are indeed a curious cat. If I feed you kibble, you want a rat. If I buy you a brand new bed, you sleep on the couch instead. You are indeed a strange cat. Most times you behave like a brat. I know you don't care for a cuddle, because you prefer to make a muddle. When I tell you that you need to stop, you decide to sit on my laptop. Now my keyboard smells like your butt, and it makes me feel sick to my gut. You ignore me and start licking your paw. You lick every single claw. Then you proceed to lick your tail. You really are such a proud male. Your butthole comes next, and it's no use to protest, because I know what comes next. You like my face, and I feel vexed. No matter what I say, you always have your way. It's time to start counting sheep. Go to bed and get some sleep. I close my eyes and start to dream. Then I just want to scream because I see your butt everywhere, even in my freaking nightmare. I open my eyes and there's your butt. Why is that butt always up? I love you, dear kitty, without a doubt, but sometimes you make me want to shout, "Get your butt off my face!" The end.
That was a quickie. That was a quickie.
Yeah. And right now, at this very moment, she's asleep on the windowsill. Oh, I've woke her up.
Farmer's boy, what have I said about putting your ex on the windowsill? Just don't do it.
Ah, bless. Actually, I don't suffer too much from cat's butt, to be honest. They don't seem to. Even the one who likes to come to bed with me, she likes to stick her face in mine. She likes to get really up close and personal, which is a bit annoying when it's like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Poor cat.
Oh dear.
That's all over.
Yes.
I have returned.
Yeah, it's all over now.
Yeah.
Just in time. Just in time to miss your story.
Yeah.
Oh, did I miss it? What did you play?
Some
cat's
about
bum.
some about a cat's
Oh,
butt.
get your butt off my face.
My face, yeah.
Oh, well.
Do you feel violated, Pip? Just wondering.
Hello.
Somebody's
got a new squeaky toy.
Oh, that sounds like a new one. That's a new one.
It's a new one, but twice a week. Come in with any bag, especially an Asda bag. She's in the bag looking for it. Right.
So, did she get a new squeaky toy every time you go shopping?
Yeah, it's only one of the £1 things at Asda.
Yeah.
The balls last forever. The squeak lasts about 2 minutes usually.
Mm.
Oh, that's
She's got a wee basket full of them. It's like a ball pit. Yeah, but she's funny. I'll try and get her on video one day. She comes up and puts her paws up on the kitchen counter and wags her tail looking for the bag, and then pulls the bag off to get the ball.
And a ball pit all covered in slabber.
Yeah, just about.
Yeah.
Dog hair and slavers, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I just live in a world of cat hair.
Yeah.
2 constantly shedding cats.
Oh, look, there's Alan and his grandson. Alan, stop feeding the baby cups of tea. No, you can't do that. No.
Loves tea. Dad.
Yeah.
He loves tea. We have to make him a tea every morning with his porridge.
Yeah, but you can't feed a baby out of a cup, out of a mug.
Yeah, but enough of Alan.
He drinks out of my cup.
Yeah, the trick is just to put the baby in the cup of tea, casual. The baby will soak it up.
He drinks out of my cup in the morning, Dad.
Yeah.
Peter.
The health visitor come round the other day.
Peter, I'm gonna call Child Protection Services on you. I'm telling you.
My kids are fine.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be eating at this young. She had a heart attack. Dad.
Yeah.
Is that yummy, you little fat bugger? Yeah, you take after Mummy. You like food, didn't you?
Does Alan get the occasional spoon?
I don't know.
I was going to say likes his food like Alan.
One for Harry, one for
Granddad. Yum.
One for Granddad.
He had chicken dinner last night, and it literally smelled like cat poo. Like I could have gagged.
Good old liquidized meals.
I felt like I was working in the care home again.
I remember. Was it Heinz? Did the liquidise kids' food in the glass jars?
Look, I'll get you one.
Oh,
Because I love that.
oh, they still have the kids liquidised in the glass jars. Then.
Yeah, just remember, Alan, that really boiled peas make him fart a lot, so you just give that to him just before he goes back to Mum.
Yeah.
I'll give you a $5 if you smell it.
No.
It's open.
I'm not gonna.
I'll give you a $5 if you smell it.
I don't need a $5 desperately.
It's rank.
I bet it's nothing compared to pickled mudfish.
Whee!
Or what's that cheese called? Farmer's Boy Stinking Bishop. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not as bad as
No,
that.
they did a silly fun night down my local pub years and years ago, and one of the rounds was it was increasingly either hot or disgusting foodstuffs you had to eat, and in the end they'd found this thing from a specialist Chinese food shop, and it was pickled mudfish.
Rosie,
And
say
just
here
take
comes the choo-choo and give some to Alan.
It's pureed
God,
fruit.
There you go. There you go. That was your lunch, Alan.
You've
That
got to
was your
say, here
lunch.
comes
That's
the
it. You've had it now.
choo-choo. Here comes the choo-choo train.
I have to say, it's not that appetising.
And look at Harry, though. Look at Harry. He's getting all upset. Bloody Granddad's eating all me food.
Hey, that's fine.
He shouldn't be eating yet, should he, Dad?
Well, not really, but
The doctor said we're allowed to because he kept nicking my food when I was holding him at the dinner table.
Well, that's the sign. If they want to eat, let them eat.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but you meant...
Never
Whoa!
mind this routine sort of stuff. No, never bothered with that.
Why do I bother wearing nice stuff?
yeah, no, Farmers is from like near Mildenhall,
Oh, that's why he's got a really nice accent.
and then and Harry by Silverstone.
Oh, it's that person.
He lives in Silverstone.
I was meant to be there last weekend too. It's just not meant to be.
It's scarily quiet.
We were in hospital the other week, and the ward should have held 150 babies. We were the only people on the ward for 3 days.
Blimey.
Whee!
Bliss. That must have been bliss.
Well, I suppose so, yeah.
I'm guessing they were rather thankful that there weren't not 100 babies in there because of the stuff. So.
Well, guess where Corona ward is?
Where?
Right next to the kids ward.
Oh
Oh no! Dad, get Harry a tissue. I've dropped it on his forehead.
Oh. Just rub it in. The dog can play with him later.
Get a wet wipe for changing bag though. In the living room. Oh, have you just done a poopy?
No, Alan's old enough to look after that. Okay, he's okay, Rosie.
Quick, make Alan laugh right now.
We nearly got it, Terry.
No, we didn't get it. We
didn't quite time
weren't
it right.
Yeah, we weren't ready
Close.
for it then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Putting that on camera
close.
is just asking for trouble, Alan. You know that.
Yeah, I know.
There you go then.
Ah, you bugger.
Never drink your tea on camera.
That's cheating, Alan.
How's that spoiling our fun?
Oh, dear.
Hiroshima.
Naga
Oh,
who?
a cup of tea. So nice to have a cup of tea in the middle of the day.
Alan, do you wish for help setting up that screen?
I will do later.
Define later.
Oh,
After a little while.
When I'm ready.
Is that Terry?
Isn't that what it means?
No, it's not. No, it's not Terry. That's me.
Hello, Terry.
Hi, Nathan.
Where are you guys hiding?
Hello,
How you
Nathan.
doing? Are they locked down in Australia?
Yeah, we're hanging on here.
Everybody has all
YouTubers
their
I watch
ears muted.
seem to be just going about normal life as usual, but they have to still socially distance.
Yeah.
That's because they've been rioting.
Have they?
Yeah.
Although I think the picture
Well, they
Peter
fucking shot
posted.
each other.
I think the picture Peter posted the other night of
The picture Peter posted. That's a tongue twister. That one.
the donut shop.
Oh, I see.
I'll change.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Oh, we upset the baby.
Alan's pinching him, I know.
Put it on casuals tab.
We'll wind it up now, so we're being distracted from saying goodbye. You have to type in later, everyone, Alan.
He's not listening to you, Terry.
Oh, when does anyone listen to me? I did have it bigger, and now I've lost it. How do I do that again?
Terry, what do you reckon to the new monitor?
Okay.
It's bigger than Harry.
Yeah.
It's almost a metre wide.
I think your new monitor smells funny.
That's all right. I'm now going to have a 2-monitor setup. Yay!
Yay!
You'll be twice as
There are
confused.
27 inches at that.
You're twice as confused.
Got any tea left, Alan?
Yeah, about half a cup.
Oh shit! I can't think of anything funny.
Messerschmitt's rule. No,
that's no good. No, we're winding up now, Alan. We'll say goodbye to all the peanuts.
Yeah, goodbye all the peanuts.
You want me to type in later, everyone in the side?
Yeah, please, mate, because that will make my life a lot easier.
I didn't realise we were still online. Oh, I thought YouTube had finished.
Not yet.
No, we're still in Zoom. We don't chit chat till we get to. Shush,
Well,
you
that's
want
what I was wondering. I thought you were just watching the baby.
You know we can't talk
yeah.
candidly on Zoom. We have to go to Discord to do that. Shh.
That's true.
That's
true. I'm glad I never said anything. Yes.
Don't you always have rows with your mum at a distance so she can't hit you?
We have to stand halfway down the stairs. Hello.
So Mad, are you saying that your mother never had one of those shoes that had infrared targeting from the other side of the room that would hit you no matter what you?
Well, if my mum didn't, my dad did. Yeah,
Fastest slip on the waist.
my dad had a guided missile, so I was buggered anyway.
You never seen it coming.
Yeah, exactly.
Good night, everyone in the peanut gallery.
Night, Peanut.
Peanut.
Bye,
No.
Peanuts. Bye,
Night.
Night,
Yeah,
Peanut.
thanks everyone. Thanks Alan. Thanks Farmer. Thanks Gravity Guru. Thanks Mad. Thanks Peter. Thanks Mippet. Thanks Pie Parrot. And thanks Casual. That person. Who do we have in the Peanuts? Brainery, Rimfondle. There's Peter out there too. Dora, Essie, Dora,
Good night, wonderful
Dartman,
person.
Irish, Andrea, wonderful person. Brainery, Sean. Who else did we have? Lunzag.
Lunzag, yeah.
Colin, Dartman. Scroll up for Ricky Baldwin. I don't know who that is.
Did you mention Lightning?
Amy's out there.
Yeah,
Gently's
Hello,
channel.
Amy.
Gently's channel. Oh, there's a few of them out there tonight. Okay then, say good night, Peanuts, and whatever you want to say. Say, Elmo.
Good night, Peanuts.
Night,
Oh,
Amy.
Night,
so
Peanut.
Good night,
Good night,
Peanuts.
Pine Nuts.
Ah.